Burnham, Select Woman. The Town Administrator, to my left, Ernest Previli. To my right, the Town Clerk, Michelle Beaucamp. Legal Counsel, Christine Fillmore. Further to my left is the Budget Committee. The Chairman is Humphrey Williams. Mrs. Claudine Burnham, Select Woman, is the representative from the Board of Selectmen to the Budget Committee. Peg Hurd, the School Board Representative. Justin Bellum, Water District Representative. Is he here?
No.
Not here. Larry Brown. Lisa Gotru. Danielle Marique. Robert Carrier. Thank you, Robert. Supervisor of the checklist. To my right is Karen Brown and Brittany Leach. Thank you. So general announcements, there will be a candidates forum for all candidates running for the school district and town offices on Sunday, February 21st, 2021 by Zoom between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. I'm going to read off the deliberative session rules. Am I still talking loud enough for everybody to hear me? Under the provisions of SB 2, there is no final vote on the items discussed today until March 9th, 2021. Please bring your driver's license or other valid form of identification to check in with the election officials on that day. All questions are to be directed to myself, the moderator. As moderator, I will not vote except to make or break a tie. To vote today, you need to check in at the supervisor's checklist at the checklist table and raise your colored ballot to be counted. Please be courteous to all present, speak to the warrant, or you will be ruled out of order. If you wish to speak, please state your name. You must use the microphone or speak loud so that you will be heard by all that are present. Each speaker may only speak once until everyone has spoken. Please be brief. I will not recognize a motion to move a question when it is clear that others wish to speak. The motion will only be recognized when everyone who wishes to speak has done so at least once. I will read each article in full. I will then recognize a motion to open the warrant article for discussion. Recognize a second to that motion to take your vote by colored ballot in your hand. After a period of discussion and questions, the warrant article will then be open to amendments. All amendments must be in writing. There will be no amendments to amendments at one time. After all persons present have had the opportunity to speak to the article, I will recognize then a motion to close the warrant article for discussion. Recognize a second to that motion. If the warrant article has been amended, I will read the warrant article in full with any approved amendments before the vote. At this time, I will accept a written motion to vote by secret ballot. The motion must be signed by no less than 5 registered voters and have previously verified as registered by the supervisors of the checklist. If we do not have a motion for a secret ballot, I will take the vote by colored ballot. After the vote, I will instruct the clerk to place the warrant article on the second session ballot as read. Again, under SB 2, no final votes will be taken until March 9th, 2021. You may wish to limit reconsideration under RSA 40:10. You can move to restrict reconsideration. This will only limit further consideration for today only. Restricting consideration can only postpone a second vote on a reconvened meeting held at least 7 days from now. If you move to restrict reconsideration, you cannot bring it back on the floor today, even if it's for a good reason, such as a math error. Are there any questions at this time? Not seeing any. I am the moderator, and while I run this meeting, I can be overruled on any point of order at any time by a majority vote. Before I read the first article, I first need to bring the voters' attention that we have a number 2 persons in the room who are not eligible to vote, but may wish to speak on one or more articles. Those persons are Christine Fillmore, Town Council, Ernest Creevling, the Town Administrator, and Chief Richard Krause.
I'll make that motion to allow them to speak.
I'll second.
All in favor? Raise his hand. Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Michelle.
Okay.
To the inhabitants of the town of Milton and the county of Stratford and the said state qualified to vote in town affairs. First session annual meeting deliberative. You are hereby notified that the first session deliberate session to the annual town meeting will be held on Saturday, February 6, 2021, beginning at 9 a.m. at the New High School Gymnasium. We're here. The first session will consist of explanation, discussion, and debate of each of the following warrant articles, and will also afford voters who are present the opportunity to propose, debate, and adopt amendments to the warrant articles, except those articles whose wording is prescribed by state law. Second session annual meeting, official ballot voting. The second session annual town meeting to elect officers by official ballot and to vote on all warrant articles as they may be amended at the first session will be held on Tuesday, March 9th, 2021 at the New High School Middle School Gymnasium. Polls for voting by official ballot will open at 8 a.m. and close at 7 p.m. First, Article number 1. Election of officers. Board of Selectmen, 1 for 3 years. Cemetery Trustees, 1 for 3 years. Budget Committee, 1 for 1 year. Library Trustees, 1 for 3, and 2 for 3 years. Planning Board, 2 for 3 years. Public Works Director, 1 for 3 years. Supervisor of the Checklist, 1 for 6 years. Treasurer, 1 for 1 year. Trustees of the Trust Funds, 1 for 3 years. Zoning Board of Adjustment, 2 for 3 years. Instruct the clerk to place the warrant article number 1 on the second session ballot as read. Article 2, zoning. Zoning ordinance amendment, solar facilities. Are you in favor of the adoption of the amended to the existing town zoning ordinance as proposed by the planning board as follows, adding a new article, I think it's 22, that establishes a solar facility ordinance that will accommodate solar energy collection systems and distribute generations, resources in appropriate locations throughout the town while protecting the public's health, safety, and welfare. The ordinance facilitates the state's and national goals of developing clean, safe, renewable energy resources in accordance with enumerated policies of the New Hampshire RSA 374-G and 362-F. That includes national security and economic and developmental stabilities. The solar facility ordinance will be enacted in accordance with the New Hampshire RSA 674:17, parentheses I, parentheses J. And for the purpose outlined in New Hampshire RSA 672:1-3-A as amended, majority vote required. I now recognize Selectman Matt Morrow to get up and speak on this. Oh, I'm sorry, one moment.
It's recommended by the planning board.
Right, it's recommended by the planning board 7-0. Thank you. Matt?
Can I make a motion first to open the article for discussion?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Open up the discussion.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
John Boyd, does this affect any existing solar collection systems for people who already have established a solar network as far as cost additions to them or any modifications that may result from accepting this?
Could you state your name, please?
Yes, it's John Boyd.
John Boyd.
152 Air Road.
Okay.
I'm asking if this ordinance is accepted, this article, does this pass on any cost to existing solar networks to town residents who have already established systems under prior bylaws?
If I'm not mistaken, people along the grid for this operation can benefit from it. Are you talking about people remotely away from the grid?
Yeah, anybody that has their existing.
No, no.
Okay.
Matt, thank you.
So this is an ordinance which clarifies construction and placement standards for all types of solar facilities projects, including residential. Includes provision to help protect abutters, quality of life, and assist municipal staff in understanding how to classify types of projects for permitting.
Any other questions? Larry Brown.
That, having been on the planning board and part of the discussion,
Would you like to come up, Larry? Would you like to come up to the podium, please?
can I not be heard?
I don't want to debate it with you if you don't want to just say.
I didn't take public speaking in high school for nothing. Having been on the planning board and part of the discussion on this ordinance, as I think can be pointed out by council, an ordinance is prospective. It is not retrospective. It brings our own ordinances in congruence with state policy and statute.
Thank you, Larry Brown. Oh, I'm sorry. You state your name, please.
My name is Catherine Ayers, and I don't understand what this is, this ordinance would do. I mean, is this bringing more solar farms into that town? What is this gonna do? I don't understand.
That is correct. This is for an additional expansion of the solar fields that we have already. We have one operating solar field at the transfer station, and this is gonna allow, expansion.
My further question is, how is that gonna benefit me as a citizen?
The question is, how is this gonna affect me as a citizen here?
Well,
Here.
not affect, I wanna know why I should vote for this. Why is this, other than this is gonna be another, I mean, it's gonna be a lot of solar receivers someplace inappropriate, I don't know what that means, but, how is that gonna benefit me? Why should I vote for this?
Right. So as it's read in the article, it will be,
No, I don't think he is either, although I am not intimately familiar
get it
with
back here.
this amendment.
So I thought I read that.
The planning board should answer this question.
Okay. Article 22 is that establishes a solar facility ordinance that will accommodate solar energy collection systems and distribute generation resources in appropriate locations throughout the town, while protecting the public's health, safety, and welfare. The ordinance facilitates the state and national goals of developing clean, safe, renewable energy resources in accordance with a number of RSAs. So, I think what you're worried about is someone, or the town, putting ungodly amounts of solar array fields in the town. These will, am I mistaken, these will go through the planning board as a grand plan? Is there any more discussion? Matt, do you have any more to say on this? Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Really, what this ordinance does is tighten the ordinance up.
I can't hear you.
Okay, so really what, I'm sorry, so I'll speak up, okay? So what this ordinance does is we really don't have, unfortunately, a solar ordinance, okay? So what this ordinance is gonna do, it's gonna tighten up, for people who are putting solar panels up and so forth. So the ordinance is very stringent on, for new panels that are going to come into town. And that's really what this ordinance is gonna do. So it's not to bring more solar into town, it's to tighten up whoever brings it in. So it's actually a good ordinance, and it doesn't promote solar. It tightens up whoever brings it in. So, I mean, we don't have a solar ordinance right now, so.
I don't know what you mean by tightening up.
Okay. Would you like to speak?
Sure. Sure.
My name is Christine Fillmore. I'm a town attorney, and my understanding of what the intent of this is and what it says is right now your zoning ordinance doesn't say anything about solar, which means that if someone came and wanted to put a large solar installation in, there would not be much in the way of regulation, and what this would do is categorize different categories of solar: residential, commercial, large, small, and it would require any large solar installation to go through the planning board to get a conditional use permit. It would regulate where it could go and what the characteristics would have to be, how big it could be, and require safety measures and that sort of thing. So without anything in the ordinance, generally in New Hampshire, that means that solar would be allowed. It's one of the few things that if your ordinance doesn't say, it generally means it is allowed. So this would add restrictions and organize it in a way that the planning board thinks makes sense. Does that help?
Yes. This ordinance is actually in addition addition, we do have a solar, ordinance now. This just, like Mr. Ross said, tightens the ordinance up, so it's regulated better. Does that make sense?
What kind of abuses are you trying to avoid?
Well, I don't have that ordinance in front. Do we have the ordinance proposed in writing?
There are
While we're
copies.
looking for that, you do have it, Julius?
There's a stack of them actually there.
That's it.
Who is the person? I apologize for the informality. In detail. Mr. Moderator?
Yeah.
Do you wish any more comment?
There is, yeah, please, could you?
Can you use this microphone here?
That, what?
That would be.
Sorry if I seem antisocial, but I made it this far, I don't want to stop. Pardon me while I try to get focused. I will read the purpose and authority, which is, the purpose of this ordinance is to accommodate solar energy collection systems and distributed generated resources in appropriate locations while protecting the public's health, safety, and welfare. The town intends to facilitate the state and national goals of developing clean, safe, renewable energy. If you go through the town and its environs, you will see solar panels installed on roofs. If you go down Route 125, you will see the rotating column. If you go up on Route 171, you will see a large solar array going toward Milton. They're without standards for attachment, without standards, for example, for FAA reflection of an array for aircraft. You do not have a defensible position for the town against improper installation. You do not have a protection for abutters, and you do not have the full other right of zoning that any person has in a given zoning district. That's all this does. It takes nothing away for what exists, and it gives level playing field standards for people coming along. Yes, more solar will go up. When the cell towers went up by exit 17 and exit 18, it was terrible. The invasion of the pristine forest. Now, no one sees it. The same thing will happen to solar installations. This is not an attempt to destroy the right of homeowners to use solar. It merely states that we are subject to state controlling law and an attempt to join state and federal energy policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry Brown. Mr. McDougal, did you? You had a hand up.
Yes, Thomas McDougal. Does this apply only to the large-scale distributed level or commercial level, or if we wanted to put a 3 kilowatt array on our roof, would we also be impacted by this?
Is there any member of the planning board here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you answer that question?
No, I cannot. He needs the answer, is our town planner.
believe our town planner is here today. State your name, please.
Hi, I'm Pete Hayward, and I have, the explanation says it does. I have three questions, and I guess part two is overall. Anything in place is grandfathered. All of those things that Larry talked about are not impacted unless they're going to be improved at some point. So, when we talk about residential construction standards, which is pointed out, I hate to extract out of context, but those three things together rise the question, how far different? What is the difference between the standards that are going to be called for from the standards that the current installations were built to?
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none?
I'll make a motion to close the discussion and restrict further consideration. Who seconded?
All in favor?
Somebody on the.
All those opposed?
Who? Matt?
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you.
How many in favor, so I can take a count, please? Well, let's do it anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Okay, majority.
Motion passed. Oh, sorry. For 21. Get that, Michelle?
I'll put majority.
Okay. Motion passes. I'll instruct the clerk to place the warrant article number 2 on the second session ballot as read / amended. Need a motion to restrict reconsideration?
Already did that. We combined
All
it.
right. Article 3, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget $4,600,519, not including appropriations by special warrant articles or other appropriations voted separately. The amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by a vote for the first session for the purpose of set forth therein. Should this article be defeated, the defeated budget shall be $4,618, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by provision act of the town or by the governing body may hold one. Special meeting in accordance with New Hampshire RSA 40:13, 10, and, is that 15 or 14? 16. Roman numeral. To make up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Majority vote required. You want to read the tax impact?
You want to read what's written?
Yeah. Okay. So, the estimated tax impact, town proposed operating budget, $5.86 per $1,000 of evaluation. Estimated tax impact proposed default budget is $5.87 per $1,000 of evaluation. Recommended by the board, 3-0. Recommended by the budget committee, 8-0. And I would ask.
I'll make a motion to open for discussion.
Yep. We have a second? Rossman, second.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Open up the discussion. All those opposed? And I'm going to ask our Selectman Claudine Burnham to speak on this.
Okay, the explanation. The proposed operating budget is $4,099 less than the default budget. The operating budget is 1.62% higher than last year's adopted budget. The 2020 operating budget appropriation was $4,527,368. The 2021 proposed operating budget is $73,151 higher than last year. The tax rate impact is an estimation only. This estimate can change based upon any changes in the town's assessed value, revenues collected that are either less or more than the estimates utilized at the beginning of the year to estimate the tax impact, and the amount of the unassigned fund balance the selectmen use to set the tax rate at the end of the year. Do I read the calculations too? Yep.
Sure.
Proposed budget tax impact calculation, $4,600,519 gross budget less estimated revenue of $1,684,718 equals $2,915,801 budget request net of revenues, $2,915,801 per $497,361,649 per thousand equals a tax impact of $5 or 5.8625 per $1,000. Default budget tax impact calculation, $4,604,618 gross budget less estimated revenue of $1,684,718 equals $2,919,901 budget request net of revenue. $2,919,901 per $497,361,649 per $1,000 equals a tax impact of $5.8708 per $1,000.
Before I ask for any comment, could I ask Humphrey Williams, Chair of the Budget Committee, to come and speak on this article?
Good morning. What I want to start off with is, this was a joint effort this year, probably more so than I've seen in recent years. We had talked as a budget committee to the Board of Selectmen in July and asked that we find a way to listen to what the people voted for last year, and that's to get the budget under the default. And collectively, we succeeded by bringing this budget $4,099 under the default budget. On January 16th, we had our public hearing on the budget, and what you heard for proposed tax impacts of $5.86 per thousand and $5.87 per thousand on the default budget is actually changed. Additional revenue was found as we went through as the town administrator went through the financials for 2020, and we had additional revenues in dealing with motor vehicle registration, building permits, and additional information found through the MS 535 financial report. That's good news, and I'm going to get to the good news for you. We actually found that the revenue was $179,132 higher than what you just heard. So instead of the tax impact being $5.86 and $5.87, the tax impact of the operating budget will be $5.50 per thousand. And for the default budget, it would be $5.51 per thousand. Now, the reason behind that is, we actually came in not only under the budget by $4,099, but under the proposed tax cap by $316,733, and that's where we found the additional savings. So this is a good news story this year. Despite a challenging year due to the pandemic and everything, everybody came together to develop a very fiscally sound budget.
Are you gonna make the motion to change that warrant?
I am gonna do, yeah. And I make a motion at this time to change the warrant article tax impact statement to read $5.50 for the operating budget, and for the default budget to read $5.51 per thousand for the tax impact.
We have a second.
Yep.
All in favor of this change, please raise your ballot. All those opposed? Not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Humphrey.
The ayes have it.
Pardon me?
The ayes have it, motion carried.
Right, motion carries. So at this time, Steve, is there anybody, Zoom or with the phone?
In the audience?
Is that?
In the
Right, yeah, I was gonna get to that. Are there any more questions on this operating budget? Yes, sir. State your name, please.
Anthony
Can you get up to the mic, please?
Anthony Gagnon. The question I have is, the operating budget, it says that it does not include, special, warrant articles and other appropriations. The default budget, does that also include that same?
Yeah.
What's it?
Not seeing any more questions.
I'll make a motion to close further discussion and restrict reconsideration.
I'll second.
Second.
Who's my second?
Read the ballot if you're in favor. All those opposed? Not seeing any? Motion carries. I'll instruct the clerk to place the warrant article 3 on the second session ballot. Article 4, Highway and Road Construction Fund. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $155,500 for the purpose of highway and road construction maintenance, repairs, paving, and reconstruction of Class 4 and 5 roads, as recommended by the 2021 to 2026 Capital Improvement Program. It is anticipated that the town will receive funds in the amount of $529,500 from the New Hampshire Highway Block Grant. This will be a non-lapsing appropriation per New Hampshire RSA 32:7(5), and will not lapse until the road construction is complete for the 2021-2022 period as determined by the Public Works Director or his or her designee, or by December 31st, 2022, whichever occurs first. Majority vote required. The estimated tax impact is .051 per $1,000 of valuation. It's recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-1. It's recommended by the Budget Committee 8-1.
Wait a minute. Is it
Zero.
1 or 3-0?
3-0. Did I say 3-1?
Yeah,
Yeah,
3-0.
3-0 and 8-0.
Well, that would make sense since we only have three, selectmen, right? Yeah.
And then just for clarification, the, New Hampshire Highway Block Grant was $129,500?
Okay. Did I not say that? I didn't, okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, that's fine, I can be corrected. Recommended, I said, recommended by the Budget Committee also, 8-0. Motion to open the Article 4 for discussion by,
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
all those in favor to open it up for discussion, please raise your ballot. All those opposed? It is open for discussion. And I recognize Mr. Rawson to speak on this.
Thank you. This article appropriates $26,000, which equates to the tax impact slightly over 5 cents from direct taxation, and sets aside the estimated amount of $129,500 from the New Hampshire Block Grant. The town receives annually for maintenance, repair, repaving, and reconstruction of Class 6 and 5 highways. This approximation includes $26,000 funded from taxation, with the remaining offset by the Highway Block Grant from the state of New Hampshire, approximately $129,500. You know, I strongly suggest, hopefully this warrant article passes, because, you know, really, we need to, you know, take care of our infrastructure in town. So, this is a really important warrant article. Thank you.
This time, I have a request for, to amend this article. And I'd like to read it to you if I could, please. I make a motion to increase the appropriation for Article 4, Highway and Reconstruction Fund, to $300,000. The estimated tax impact is slightly over 34 cents per thousand. And it was seconded by,
Who made the motion?
I'm sorry, Pat Smith.
Thank you.
Sorry, and seconded by Karen Brown. I offer the following amendment warrant article to the moderator. Article 4, Highway and Road Construction Fund, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $300,000 for the purpose of highway and road construction, maintenance, repairs, paving, and reconstruction of a Class 5, 4 and 5, sorry.
Thank you.
Highways, as recommended in the 2021 to 2026 capital improvement program. It is anticipated that the town will receive funds in the amount of $129,500 from the New Hampshire Highway Block Grant. This will be a non-lapsing appropriation per New Hampshire RSA 32:7(5), and will not, that's not funny.
6.
It's 6. I often get confused whether the 1 is before or after the 5. Anyway, 6, and will not lapse until the road work is completed for the 2021 to 2022 period as determined by the Public Works Director or his or her designee on December 31st, 2022, whichever occurs first. A majority vote are required. I would like to ask Pat Smith to come up to the mic, please, for the amended explanation.
Good morning, everyone. The previous road construction warrant articles were approximately $300,000 each year that the public has voted in over the last 20 years that I've been here, except for last year it failed, which put us behind. In this article, if you approve the $300,000, the article appropriates $170,500, which equates to a tax impact of slightly over 34 cents from direct taxation and sets aside an estimated amount of the $129,500 from the New Hampshire block grant the town receives annually for maintenance, repair, repaving, reconstruction of Class 4 and 5 highways. This appropriation includes the $170,500 from taxation, with the remaining offset by the highway block grant of the $129,000. I've had several conversations with other residents in town that have asked me about road construction and repaving, and when are you gonna do this, and when are you gonna do that? Unfortunately, $155,000 barely gets us a mile of road paved. We have over 50 miles of road in town. We have actually 54 miles of road in town. About 10 of that is dirt. In order to keep up, or try to keep up what we've already invested in the other roads, we need to continue to fund the road reconstruction warrant article. So it's obviously in your hands. I mean, what the voters say is what we'll do. So I'm asking to raise that to the $300,000, which would also keep us $146,233 under the 2% tax cap. So we still haven't, that still doesn't put you over that tax cap. There's still room underneath the tax cap. With the $300,000, we probably can get close to 3 miles of road taken care of with a shim and an overlay or repaving versus 1 with the 155. And the more tonnage that you put out there, the cheaper you get for a number. Hot Top last year cost us $75 a ton. So at $75 a ton, you don't go too far. I'd be willing to take any questions.
Kim Libby, Milton Mills.
Speak up, Kim. Could you go up to the microphone, please?
Do you need a microphone?
Yeah, please.
Hi, I'm Kim Libby from Milton Mills. My question, why was this article put on at the lower amount brought before the selectmen and the budget committee, and now you're coming to the amendment? I understand the cost, why you're asking for the increased cost, but why wasn't the original article presented at that increased cost?
My understanding is because the revenues hadn't been calculated in to set the 2% amount. Am I correct on that?
To answer it, when I addressed earlier that they found the additional revenues, that wasn't found till after our public hearing, when they went back through and went through the financial reports. So they brought it in at this lower amount to ensure that we did not exceed the tax cap. So after finding the additional revenues, we know that they could go back to the $300,000 without exceeding that. As Pat mentioned, this is $170,000, so we would still be $141,000 under the tax cap.
Thank you, Pat, for that explanation.
Excuse me?
Thank you for the explanation.
Okay.
I don't understand why we would put our infrastructure at risk every year by paying for our road maintenance with a warrant article. I would like to know why this is not part of our regular operating budget. Surely, road maintenance is just as important as any other kind of, it's important to the operation of the town. It's not making new roads, it's just maintaining what we have. It seems like it should be a normal part of our operating budget. And for some reason, we risk whether we're gonna have road maintenance or not by separating it out. So if you could explain to me why we have things the way we do.
I don't know if I have a real good explanation for that, but it's always been a warrant article since I've been here. I mean, it started back in the late 90s. They started having a warrant article because the roads in town were terrific. We won pothole contest of the year. Every year we were in the Fosters with the biggest pothole. So we ended up starting that program with the warrant article at that point, and it's just gone that way. There has been some conversations about putting it in the budget, but what it would do, it would raise the highway budget that's about $650,000 now close to $1 million. So it's been put out as a warrant article to give the voters a chance to either vote it up or down and not have it in a default or in a budget every year. So it gives you the right to approve or not approve the road construction for that year, is the way I see it.
Mike, I can also address it. To further answer your question, Catherine, if we put $170,000 into the budget, then it would be $170,000 over the default budget. Or in this case here, it would be about $166,000 over the default budget. And the only budgets that have passed in the past 10 years have been those budgets that have come in under the default. So you'd actually be risking even more of a chance at not having road maintenance because the budget would be defeated and you could never increase the cost to meet the contracts that are necessary for some of those things.
Okay,
So that's why it went to a warrant article.
Right, so I have two other people with questions. I'm gonna recognize Doug Shute.
I'd like your opinion on the present administration where it's closing down, oil drilling. Do you think this will have an effect on the prices of cars down the road?
You mean adding the amount?
No, they're restricting the amount of drilling and stuff that we can do.
Yes.
We're not doing the pipeline anymore. They're shutting down everything else. Will this have an effect on the price of cars?
So what happens when we go out for quotes for paving is we get a quote based upon the price that day that we sit down and have a conversation and talk about what the liquid is going to be for hot top. So if the liquid that day is $74 a ton, then we write a contract for $74 a ton. But in the contract, it also says that if there's a sharp increase in the liquid later on, like 3 months down the road, that gets passed on to us. We don't, so there's no control over the liquid. If it spikes, it goes up. If it drops, it goes down. I've had it do both before. So yes, if oil goes up, the price of hot top is going to go up. So it could go up. I mean, if it spikes, we could see $80 a ton without a problem. It can go up and down based upon what crude oil is selling.
Well, we have a question at the back of the room here.
Tom's been asking for a while. He's raised his hand 3 or 4 times.
All right.
Thomas McDougal. I'm not doubting that we probably need more than the $350,000 for road maintenance. But if we were to increase it and it was to fail as it did last year, what happens to the block grant?
What happens with what?
To the block grant, the $129,500. If we were to increase it, but yet the voters this year again would put it down, what would happen to the block grant?
I believe that the money, correct me if I'm wrong, Ernie, but I think the money goes into the general fund.
Okay.
You had one fella down there.
Hi, Bill,
You state your name, I'm sorry, could you speak up?
when you first read this,
Could you state your name first, please?
Glenn Bailey,
Okay.
when you first read this, it was $155,500. As recommended by the capital improvement program. And then you altered the number to almost double. And that's also recommended by the capital improvement program. So what does the capital improvement program actually recommend?
So when I go forward to present my capital projects to the planning board in the spring, I always go by the recent numbers. So I actually upped it to $325,000. So that's what I put forward. This number got reduced through the board, I believe, because of the 2% tax cap and the way the numbers figured out. So it had to come in at a lower rate.
Which board?
I believe it was the Board of Selectmen.
So it would seem that neither of these numbers was recommended by the capital improvement program?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
It would seem that neither of these numbers is actually in the capital improvement program?
You'll see that the 300 was 325.
I just made a motion to raise it to 300. I mean, I didn't make a motion to bring it back up to what the request was in the capital improvements program.
Should we be deleting as recommended in the capital improvement program as being
Okay, so the question was, should they delete as recommended in the capital?
Well, 300,000 was recommended,
So, hi, Ernie Krubling, Town Administrator. The recommendation from the CIP committee was actually $300,000.
So then the original one for 155,500, that was incorrect.
Well, it was not the number, it was not the number that was recommended by them. And the reason for that was because with the tax cap, you couldn't come in over it. So at the time, before we had all the revenues and everything counted in, that 155,000 was the limit where we could go. That left the $26,000 to actually be raised by taxation. At this point, going back up to the 300,000, because what the estimated revenues are at this point, it does not exceed the tax cap.
Yeah. So, will I move then that we take out as recommended in the 2021?
You've already got one amendment on the floor.
Right.
There's already a motion on the floor.
Yep. We have to address the amendment first.
Mike over here.
Yep, Mr. Brown.
So with CIP, recommended that first number to 300,000. I mean, that's what the recommendation was.
Oh, 155 within the recommendation.
Larry Brown. Two comments.
That would be the I don't think it's a problem.
Correct, yeah, I did.
Presently, the, CIP committee is the planning board. The CIP, based on the balance of competing good interests, makes its recommendations as to the priority and cost of individual long-term capital projects. Like the road bridge, like technology improvements for the town administration, like the cost of road repair. The CIP makes its recommendation to the selectmen who have the statutory authority to choose the numbers. The CIP works in process. Numbers change in process. Nothing was gained, lost, hidden, or confused in having two numbers for that total. Second major point. The United States is a net exporter of petroleum. Petroleum is a global commodity market driven by production quotas set independently of the national interests of any state. United States, England, Belgium, Liechtenstein. There is also a pipeline delay for the spot market cost of gasoline. It will go up faster than it goes down because you are paying last week's spot market prices for gasoline. Heavy oils used for road application are a constant. They go up only in response to international demand mediated by local conditions. It has nothing to do with a November 4th election. Major events are already in process. Thank you.
Pat, I want to just address Catherine, I want to come back and try to clarify something too about, because your question about putting it in the budget as opposed to having it on warrant
Can
article.
you come up to the podium?
Yeah, I will. Yeah. All right, to clarify, warrant articles, if you look at this, when the money goes into a warrant article, it is specified that it is for that particular event. So the road construction money would be specifically for road construction under the capital improvement plan. If you put the money into the budget itself, the budget's a bottom line budget. Although we have line items that, identify where things are spent, it doesn't guarantee that that money would be spent on road construction. So The idea and why we have an operating budget is those are items that meet a bottom line budget that'll allow the town to function. The warrant articles are for specific items that they need to work on, that they want to make sure the money is dedicated to those topics. Good question.
So if I understand what you just said, when a budget is prepared for the town, each department has a proposal for budget, and it's approved or disapproved in whole. The budget is approved in whole.
Right.
If the town so needs or desires, they can draw from Peter to pay Paul.
Yes.
The departments are not protected. The amount that they're allocated in the town budget is not protected. Is that correct?
The money that is needed to function, for that function is covered, but money can be shifted from one area to another by the Board of Selectmen. It is done through vote by the Board of Selectmen if they need to move money.
Is it deemed unneeded by the department that it was allocated to, or just because the selectmen decides that at some later date they can?
It's based on the Board of Selectmen have control on whether or not that money needs to be shifted. Now, they do take into it, I don't want to talk specifically for the Board of Selectmen, but anytime money needs to be moved, they do talk with the department head if that's a necessity. Generally speaking, they don't just take it away from them. They ensure that they're still going to have enough money to function, but you're going to find if they need to move it because of a specific bill, then they're going to end up taking that vote to move it. Yeah.
So I guess a good example to that was the Mother's Day flood.
Mother's Day, I'm sorry.
Floods. A number of years ago, we had some serious road erosion. And so if that was in the operating budget, that'd be the first place that Pat would have to go to address all the roads that were destroyed by that flood. That's just an example. All right?
Are you still waiting for an answer on that? Could you repeat the question one more time for me, please?
I don't understand why road maintenance is considered a capital improvement issue. Why don't we separate the road maintenance and repair from the capital improvement road, or maintaining an unpaved road? That would be a capital improvement. But maintaining our roads is part of what the city the town is supposed to be doing as a regular thing. Why is it different than plowing? You know, it's how our town is viewed when people travel through it. These roads are terrible, or these roads are kept up. I mean, there's an impression that goes on in people when you see a town that doesn't take care of their roads. You don't want to go back there. You know, you might affect your your car or something. Road maintenance is not a capital improvement item. I don't understand why we have it as a warrant article. And because we've always done it that way, is not a sufficient answer. I would like a specific answer of why we have this maintenance fund voted on annually.
I know that you didn't want to hear that, the answer that that's the way we've always done it, but that's the way that it's always been put forward. Again, trying to get that amount of money into the budget is going to increase my overall budget, which causes us to fail at the vote each year. I mean, if my budget goes up too much, then people come out to vote against the budget. So it's kind of been separated so that it has a chance to pass, and we have a chance to do that, is the way I've seen it over the years. I mean, I know that I'm not giving you the answer that you're looking for, because I really don't have an answer for it. I think what has to happen is if this process needs to be changed, then what we need to do is have the people come out to our budget committee meetings and talk to the budget committee members and talk to the selectmen and say, listen, we don't want to do this anymore. We want this to go into Pat Smith's budget, the public works budget. So we're recommending as the public that you do that. And I think that's where that's gonna have to begin, because if I go and try to do this by myself, then I'm gonna have critics going, well, look, he's just trying to bump up his budget so that he's got another $300,000 in there. And that's not true. That's not what it would be, what I would be doing. I would be doing it for exactly what you're stating that you want the money to be put in there for. Again, I believe that the public has to come forward, the voters have to come forward to our budget committees and our board of selectmen and say, listen, the process has been okay, but we want to change it. And you have the power to change that when you come to deliberative session, when you go to the public hearings for the budget committee and for the board of selectmen, when they recommend these numbers and they go through these budgets line by line by line. I mean, I spend 2 hours just doing my budgets in front of the budget committee and the board of selectmen, because I have 3 of them. I have 3 budgets total that I have to deal with. And I'm there for quite a long time. And that's where the process begins, and that's where the voters of the town need to come out and tell us what to change. I mean, I could do that. I could put $300,000 in that budget, but I guarantee you I'd get beat up on it.
Boyd, 3 points, just want to address. I look around the room, there are 25 empty chairs. I agree with you. Not enough participation from the town or the voters. Not enough participation with the boards, especially with the ability to do it remotely now. It's an awesome effort on your survey, but 10%, in my mind, shows a lack of empathy on the part of the voters. So I understand your struggles with trying to do this. So therefore, the warrant article brings things to light to allow us to look at things individually and understand better how the money is being spent. Second, this money that you've got appropriated here is the block article. Article 14 and 17 fall under your probably budget with regards to the Silver Street program and also the retiring of the Class 5 road. Were these put in as separate articles in the event to help you to get the information to the public where the money is going? And also, with this, do you get block fund money for these projects in addition?
No, I don't get block money for these articles because the block money would take care of the highway road construction. Article 17 is a petitioned article, so that is from residents that in the town that wanted to push that article forward. And Article 14 is something that I've been trying to move forward for a couple of years now. That just needs to be done. The infrastructure in that, under that warrant article is, and we can discuss that later.
I totally agree. I just want to clarify that. And one more point to Mr. Brown. Your explanation was very clear. However, what you failed to also mention is that transportation costs for all of the types of road materials will be skyrocketing as the prices of liquid fuel go up as a result of the fracking ban and the shutting down of pipes. The liquid tar may stay the same, but getting it to and from, that's going to cost us more. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
One more. You're still on the amendment.
Yep. So we have an amendment on the floor.
You have one more person.
I'm sorry, Larry?
Everyone having spoken, may I speak once more?
Yes.
Try the microphone again. One more thing on the project. Pat Smith is a Rhodes Scholar, R-O-A-D-S Scholar, part of the T2, T as in Thomas, T2 program, technology program, through the resources of UNH. One of the things they developed was RSMS, Roadway Surface Management System, a program that has been picked there as well. What that I also, it is a great program, which has to be part of it. The advantage is that it permits the Director of Public Works to set a matrix in place so that you know ahead of time which road will be repaired. Without a permanent, accessible budget, it is impossible to do that, because you are dealing with, to be blunt, mommy, mommy, daddy, daddy. And various factions will put pressure to have their road done first. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry Brown.
My name is Betsy Baker, and I think I have an answer to your question, and I may be wrong, but because this article also has a grant component to it that we have to have it separate from the operating budget, so that we will show that there are funds that go specifically to road construction rather than just put in the general operating budget. Because if it was just in as a line item, we could have been as
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Baker. Yes. I want to mention that that is absolutely correct, Ms. Baker. Thank you for doing that.
I believe all grant money is specific. And if this, fund were, put into the item, line item into the budget, would it not be put in as a net figure? Anticipating the offsetting, I mean, when you're figuring out your budget and what you need annually, you're looking at what you're gonna receive via grant as well. This is an ongoing state program. My question is, this same question I raised last year. I believe that this is the time to combine, and unless there is any money in here that is capital improvement money, which I haven't heard that there was, it all seems to be maintenance money. I would like to raise the question of why don't we do it now? Because when the warrant articles go out, are there not a pro and con discussion that goes with this? If I remember it, I'm fairly new to this, but it seems like there's, you know, the pro and the con about doing it.
Yeah.
That's when you're gonna be able to educate the voter as to why this is being done. If someone were to come to the budget committee and raise a question, which, you know, I recognize there's budget committee here this year again, but it doesn't seem to, it's still gonna be with resistance, because there is not very good communication with the town about who's doing what and why. We just don't have it. So it seems like this is the time to make the plunge and put our maintenance items into our budget and our capital improvement items into the warrant article. I just don't, I don't know when a better time would be. I mean, I'd be happy to come to a budget committee meeting and make the same thing, but, you know, right, I mean, this is the second year in a row that I've voiced the same concern, and there's been no movement.
You're right, the place to do that would be at the budget committee.
And also because the budget committee and the selectmen did such a good job in keeping our figures low, there's room. And in considering this fund, you altered it drastically, because we found some more money. Why is this department taking the brunt of all of that?
I'll say, so you got a lot of questions going on right there. I have an answer to your first question, and I'd like to bring up, the council to answer that question.
Sure, to clarify, right now, the place to do that would be at the budget committee level before the budget gets introduced. However, even if a motion were made right now to move this article into the operating budget, that could not be done, because Article 3, the operating budget article, has already been moved to the second session, and reconsideration of that article has already been voted to be restricted. So nothing can be done to the operating budget at this point by this meeting, just to clarify. Does that help? Yes, sir.
My question, how does every other town in the state of New Hampshire handle the same issue? Do they do it on a separate warrant article, or do they put it in their operating budget?
Well, I don't know that I'm the expert to answer on every other town, but on the 40 or 50 that I work with, it tends to be a separate warrant article.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
And, ma'am, I love hearing you. I really do. Don't give up.
Okay, we have an amendment. I'm sorry, Karen?
Karen Bolas, and, I mean, I hear you, and I think there's a lot of good ideas there. I might suggest that we have that discussion next year, in preparation for next year's warrant article, and maybe we can actually put a warrant article on next year's ballot to request from the townspeople that we make that kind of drastic change where we separate out maintenance versus, total reconstruction of roads. It's not necessarily a bad idea to have that discussion, but I just propose that maybe we really pursue that as part of next year's process. So, to the point, don't just stop, let's consider maybe having that discussion for next year. So, thank you.
Larry Brown?
Mr. Moderator, with the observation that zero money last year and 300,000 this year has lost us 150,000, I move that discussion be closed.
Second.
Oh, no, cannot. We have an amendment on the floor.
Got it, that's right.
He's going to reread the motion.
Article 4, by Patrick Smith. I make a motion to increase the appropriation for Article 4, Highway and Reconstruction Funding to $300,000. The estimated tax impact would be 34 cents per thousand. Seconded by Karen Brown. I offer the following amendment warrant article to the moderator. Number 4, the Highway and Road Reconstruction Fund. To see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $300,000 for the purpose of highway and road construction maintenance, repairs, paving, and reconstruction of class 4 and 5 roads. I messed it up again. Is it a 6 or a 4?
4 and 5.
As recommended in the 2021-2026 Capital Improvement Program. It is anticipated that the town will receive funds in the amounts of $129,000 from the New Hampshire Highway Block Grant. This will be on a non-lapsing appropriation per New Hampshire RSA 32:7-6 and will not lapse until the road work is complete for the 2021-2022 period as determined by the Public Works Director or his or her designee, or by December 31st, 2022, whichever occurs first. Again, a majority vote is required. So, at this time, I'm going to ask for a vote for
The amendment.
on the amendment.
just to clarify, the statement, $129,500, you said $129,500, $129,000, just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, if I did, I'll correct myself, it's $129,500. Okay?
The block grant.
Everybody good with that? Okay. I'll ask for a vote on the amendment. All those in favor? All those opposed? Not seeing any. The amendment,
One, majority.
where, oh, I'm sorry. You're behind it, that's all in front of you.
Okay.
Okay. The amendment passes. Now we're back to,
Before we go, I make a motion that we close and restrict.
Second.
we have to get through, we can't make an amendment on an amendment.
So your amendment's done.
Now it's the article.
All right.
Who made the second on the, Larry Brown?
Okay.
So you right now have a motion on the floor to restrict consideration, which would not allow Mr.
Right. Right.
To continue.
That's now closed. I'd like to make my own motion.
Is it on Article 4?
Yes.
Can you restate your motion that you made, Mr. Williams, please?
I had made the motion that we close and restrict further discussion on this article and move it to the second
That
session.
was my understanding as well. Mr. Brown, is that what you were seconding?
That is the motion for consideration on the floor.
Thank you. So now you take a vote.
Discussion's closed.
You have to take a vote.
Okay.
All in favor?
All in favor? Please read the ballot. All those opposed?
How many do you have opposed?
All right, let me count the opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Majority vote was to restrict it and move on, put it on the ballot.
Great.
Thank
So
you.
I'll instruct the clerk to place Article 4 on the ballot. Article 5, Employee Retention Plan. To see if the town will vote to adopt the Employees Retention Plan, which establishes a grade and a step plan for classes of employees of the town of Milton. If approved, any schedule increases as laid out in the plan and approved by the Board of Selectmen will be incorporated into the operating and default budgets in subsequent years, starting with year 2022. No funds shall be raised in 2021. A majority vote is required. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 3-0. Recommended by the Budget Committee, 7 in favor, 1 no.
I'll make a motion to open the warrant article for discussion.
Second?
All those in favor? Opening up the discussion.
Race to a second over here.
Who was it?
Those opposed? Not seeing any. We recognize Claudine Burnham, Selectwoman Claudine Burnham, to speak on it.
Okay, here's the explanation. This plan establishes a competitive employee retention step plan based upon comparisons of Milton wages for similar positions in a combination of similarly sized municipalities and with those that are our direct competition for labor force in the region. The objective is to establish a competitive town-wide pay and retention plan to allow the community to reasonably compete for limited labor resources in the region. No taxes to be raised in 2021.
Any questions on that?
You wanted to
What?
acknowledge
Humphrey Williams, would you like to speak on this?
Thought we were gonna have the chief do. I can,
All right.
whichever order you wanna do it.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you.
That's fine.
Chief Kraus, would you like to speak on this article, please?
I was gonna follow him on that one, Mike.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. The employee retention plan is a plan that was put together in 2019. We've been, a little bit of history on the way salaries have been done since I've started here. Salaries have usually been done by the department head going into, they would have their own formulated plan written by themselves. It wouldn't be something that was adopted by residents or by the board of selectmen. It was just something that the department head had, and that's how they created their steps every year. They waited for the selectmen to advise them whether it was going to be a 2% increase, a 2% plus the cost of living, or if it was going to just be cost of living. That's how they created the budget every year. In 2003, the police department came to the residents because we were having hiring issues and retention issues. We asked the residents to correct the pay issues with the police department. We put it out as a singular warrant article. That was correct. Again, in 2014, we had the same issue for the police department. We came to the residents. The residents created a step plan for the police department for new entry officers, year 1, 3, and 5 officers. We went to the board of selectmen. I wrote up so that it wasn't just big increases for the 1 year, 1, 3, and 5 years, and put it in to show years 2 and 4 as well, a decrease and increase. So they weren't 4% increases over those other years. It was spread out over the 5-year term of the officer working. In 2016, we, as a town, came to the residents again for another warrant article to correct the pay issues at the highway department and put a pay scale in place for the highway department. That scale was passed by the residents. That scale is now in place for the highway department. In 2014, the fire department created their own scale that was not put out to the residents. It was put to the board of selectmen and adopted by the board of selectmen. There is no scale for any of the administrative positions at town hall, within the library, or within the rec department. So those are again created by the department head of that department. What this plan does is it allows us to hopefully compete with the communities that we are competing with, and we are losing officers to, we are losing employees to. But it also gives us a grade and step scale, where we put every single position into that grade and step scale, based on their job description, and it allows the employee to see where they will be going if they stay in that position for, say, 1 year. It allows us to also correct some of the issues that we currently have, that right now, when we have to hire in a new employee, we're hiring a new employee at a higher rate than most of our employees that currently work for us. Because of the simple fact that even though our employee that we currently have has the same qualifications and certifications as the employee we're hiring in, they've already worked for us, so they're at a lower rate. The new employee, to get that employee to come work for us, we have to pay them more money, because if not, we're not going to get them to come and work for us. The other agencies and the other communities are paying more money because they don't want to send people to training, they don't want to move those people, they want to retain those people. That's what this plan is trying to do. I know we're on a small screen today, so the PowerPoint that I created isn't really going to be visible for most of you. But Attorney, if you can try to bring it up, just so I can show you some of the issues that the police department is having, some of the issues that the library has. I can show you some direct numbers of issues that we're having. Employee retention. just looking today on the New Hampshire Police Training Standards and Training Council, just on their website, and going through, there's 27 police departments that are hiring, including the Milton Police Department. We would currently compete with only 3 of them, with our current pay scale. With this pay scale, we would compete with 15 of them. So that's a much better opportunity for us to be able to draw those employees that are now looking at those other agencies, but also look at our agencies when it comes to that. So if you can jump through and go down to the comparison. Does everyone have a copy of the retention plan with that put out before we started? Would you all like a copy? Because I brought a copy. Yes. Can you give them all a copy of it? I'm sorry that it's small, expecting it to be on the big screen in the other room. But this is one of the competitive analysis you can see for the library. The library gave me a lot of other numbers as well. But you can see the director in Brentwood, $24.34. The director here in Milton is $21.34. An assistant is $14.75 to $17.25. And an assistant here is $9.18 to $11.94. And a page is $18.50 in Brentwood, and here in Milton, a page is $17. So if you're going to apply for a job at one of those 2 places, where are you going to go? So this is, when we put out our retirement, our job posting in December, this was one that was right at the end started. As you can see, our starting is $19 an hour. Our max scale right now for a certified officer is $25 an hour. That's the max I can bring from the VNet because that's the max we buy. If you look at the salary range for Hampstead, their start is $26 an hour. So we're already behind the 8 ball there. They give a $950 allowance for uniforms. Our uniforms are built into a 1 lump sum within my budget. I decide what I can spend on my officers. Right now, I have 2 open positions. 2 open positions is going to take up about $5,000 of that $6,000 uniform line. Uniform those 2 officers. So that leaves me $1,000 to try and put uniforms on 5 other people. Not usually. It usually doesn't work out very well. The shift differential, both agencies have shift differential. Theirs is 25 cents more per hour than ours is. And if you look at the health insurance costs, that's another driver for officers when they're looking at places to go. So we, here in Milton, the town pays 85% of the health insurance costs for employees, and there's we'll call it a buyback for insurance. If you do not take the insurance plan for the town, it's a $3,300 for the whole year payback to the employee for not taking the insurance. If you look at the health insurance buyback for a town like Hampstead, they pay 90% of the cost for the employee. And if you don't take their plan, they pay you back 33% of the premium. So if you were going to take a premium, you pay 33% of that back. So for Milton, that would probably be about $10,000 that you'd be paying back to the employee, and you wouldn't be paying back $24,000 into your taxes. So if even 5 employees took that, or 6 employees take that, you're saving close to $70,000 a year, right off the top of your insurance costs, right there. So this is a plan that allows us to bring in competitive employees, to be competitive with other communities, and we can look at this scale, the way the plan is written and the scale is written, it has to be reevaluated in 5 years. So in 5 years, we have to sit down with the same committee or same type of committee and have them look at the same thing. try and then come back to the residents and say, the plan is out of date, we need to make a couple of changes. The only way those changes can be made is coming back to this same body and doing it at election. So the residents have to make that change, not the Board of Selectmen, the residents make that change. It does allow that if we find in 3 years that the plan is so far out of date, we're no longer competing, you can come back to the residents and ask you to reevaluate it after we do the evaluation again. Once we do that evaluation, then we can come back to the residents and ask you to reevaluate whether or not the numbers in the plan can change or cannot change. If you go back to 3 slides. 20. So, when I was putting everything together, I put all of the current employees where they're supposed to be into a plan, gave it to the Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen have decided that in 2022, all employees will be placed one step, if this passes, one step above where they currently are, wage-wise, with a minimum increase of 2%, to make sure that everyone gets a fair increase. So you can see the comparison. Some of you can, some of you may not be able to see it. The comparison in cost on what it would cost over a 3-year window to get everybody into the plan and the plan to be in place, versus a 2% merit raise, which is normally what is given to most departments. That's what my current scale is. It's only 2%. So when my employees would get a 2% increase, even if the Board of Selectmen gave the 1.7% COLA, that wasn't built into my merit raise or into my raises into my budget. It was solely a 2% because that's what the step plan was. That's what the step plans are. So you can see that a 3-year cost of the plan is $194,425.26, and the cost of a 2% increase over those same 3 years is $189,121.92. So there's not a huge increase in the plan of getting everybody into the plan, and then, or just staying with just a 2% merit. But what the plan does allow us to do, the plan allows us to be competitive with other agencies. If you just look at, when you're looking at the police department in general, and I think you should look at all departments in that way as well, probably, not just the police department, but the fire department, the highway, the library, town administration. We're not just competing with communities the same size as us, especially the police department. We're not competing with any communities that are the same size as us. We're competing with the bigger communities because we train the officers. They get a ton of experience here because they start a case, they work that case in the end. There's no detective to hand the case off to. There's no specialist to hand the case off to. They work it from start to finish. So when they leave and they go to a large agency, they walk through the door already in front of any of the officers that are working there that can hand the case off to a detective that needs to be investigated. That other officers may not know how to do search warrants. All of our officers have to know those things. They have to know how to do them from step 1 because they're the only officer on the road sometimes. And they have to do step 1 to finish of that case. So our officers are sought after, especially once they finish their 3-year contract. A lot of agencies are also doing signing bonuses now that we can't compete with. There are some agencies out there signing people, they're offering $10,000 signing bonuses for people to come and work with them. And then they're a $4 an hour more raise compared to what we are paying people anyway. So if you're a 2-year officer and you're only making $22 an hour here in Milton, and then some other agency offers you $26 an hour and a $10,000 signing bonus, you're going to take that. You're going to pay off the last year of your contract here in Milton, and you're going to go work for them, and you're going to make a lot more money. That's what we're competing against. I know the highway department has been short two positions for the last 2 years. My department has been short 2 officers for the last 14 months. And we're continuously training people, we're continuously hiring people, because when they work for us for a little while, they get their certification, they go with somebody else. This plan will be a town-wide plan instead of a patchwork of what we have right now. Right now, I have a plan, highway has a plan, fire has a plan, nothing is town administration, and it's literally just that patchwork. So if people want to go in during default years or during hard years and go to the selectmen and say, I need a raise and you need to fix my department, they can do that. But what happens is, and I'm sure the budget committee will speak to this, is over the last couple of years of default, when those have happened, it sets us behind, and that's what sets us behind this year as well. And that's why we had to make cuts out of different budgets and different lines to try and absorb some of those things. This will hopefully stop all of that, and this will put everybody in the places over time where they're supposed to be, and it will allow us to move forward with being able, when we hire someone, they can see the scale that they're going to hopefully be able to do. So just for comparison, this is if they were moved directly into the steps that they're supposed to be moved in over that 3-year window. Obviously, that's the Board of Selectmen decision, that's not the decision the Selectmen made, comparatively to the decision the Selectmen made at this point.
So how many officers do we have currently that are under contract, and the contracts are gonna be coming up, and how many officers, so how many that we possibly could be losing, if something like this isn't,
Well, we only have 2 of the 6 officers that currently, including myself, that currently work for the town that are under contract. One officer has a year left on his contract, the other officer has a year and a half on his contract.
I would also like to add an example myself. I guess it's 2 or 3 years ago, and in the paper, I think it was the Foster's paper, there were 2 ads, one for Milton and one for Farmington, next town over. They were both for truck drivers. Milton, because of their pay scale, offered, I believe it was $14 or $15 an hour, and Farmington was offering $18 or $19 an hour. So, you know, an applicant is not going to look at the $15 an hour job for the same job. Even worse, maybe the Milton truck driver is now looking at Farmington. So another example. That's all I wanted to put across. Are there any more discussion?
Question, Mr. Moderator?
Kim?
How many departments in all of the town pay scales currently have somewhat of a wage set plan?
I think they all do what they're trying to propose.
3.
Only 3.
Only 3 of them.
And how does it compare approximately to other towns' wage plans? Are we, like you said, we're below, but we have a plan. So will those plans just adjust if this new plan is adapted, and then the people that are not on a tech plan will be put on a plan?
I believe Chief Cross is going to answer your question, Kim.
So if this is adopted, all of those other plans go away. So each individual department will not have their own plan. If it's adopted, this is the only plan that will be a wage plan in the entire town. I can tell you right now, my current step plan doesn't even compete with most of the departments around us. Like I said, as I showed you, mine is 19 to 25. So $25 an hour is the top of my scale for an 8-year officer. So if I wanted to bring an 8-year officer into my agency, that's what I can offer him, $25 an hour. So at $25 an hour, he can go to most of these other agencies right now and make $31+ an hour. And why is he going to bring that experience to Milton when he can make $7 more an hour, $6 or $7 more an hour?
Thank you again, Chief. I heard your presentation at another meeting. It was very enlightening. I would encourage more people to come to the meetings or observe them, because it does give you a better idea of what we're looking at. Thank you.
Doug, did you have a question?
Oh, yes. I want to start off by saying, not only the town has a problem, and I don't want to get it, the school does also. I think this is a good plan. Okay. Well, could I get the figure, and I might have missed it, because I'll get a little time when this is heard. What would be the total impact to our tax rate in 2022? For everybody in the town structure that gets a register.
You're gonna have to help me on that one, I don't have that figure with me. I don't think there is one because we don't have a plan yet, right?
Correct, but if you go,
It's 193 divided by 3.
go back, okay. One. So it would be if, based on the way the selectmen have voted at this point, if the plan passes, the total increase for wages would be would be 89,552, or 22. That would be the total increase for wages. Every, for 2022. So, I can't figure that out off the top of my head, what it'd be a tax increase, but.
16 cents, just over 16 cents per thousand.
Is there any other discussion?
Get my piece, Mike.
Councilor Philbo?
Thomas McDougal, having gone through this with the highway department a couple of years ago, I want to make sure everybody's aware that this also would cover not only employees that are hired, but also the elected officials as well. Just to make sure everybody's clear on that, because we call it ratchet when we pass the highway, a recommended highway step down, so.
You dropped your tag. Mike.
Are there, yes, sir, in the back. State your name again, please.
Bailey. It's probably a brilliant plan for increase, but the market goes up and down, and there's no accommodation here for declining down, basically. Should that be what the market chooses to do, whether we want it or not. This is like a timed arrow, it only goes one way. There's no plan for what happens if the generalized, let's say COVID happens.
So you would say.
A lot of people got laid off and wages are dropping. This would continue to increase the wages nevertheless. It's a one-way thing, which is not the way the market works.
So you're asking, in a downfall economy, would we adjust the starting wage of someone, but not the current wage? You can't take money away from people.
Well, this would have us continue to step them up because that's how many years have passed.
Yeah.
Even though the market's gone the other way. I know, admittedly, it's been quite a long time since such a thing happened.
Yeah.
But it's not impossible. And we seem to have half the plan this year.
Mike, I think I can address this.
I have two answers to that question. I have Chief Kraus, and I also have Humphrey Williams. You want to go first, huh?
Glenn, the intent behind this is that the public will get to vote on this again. Obviously, if something happens, because this is going to be a vote on the retention plan itself by the public, and it will be revisited. So if for some reason, hopefully not, the market falls out and all wages start to drop, this would.
Then we'll be paying raises for 5 years, and then we'll get to vote on decrease.
Yeah, but you're not taking money away from people necessarily at this point anyways. But my point is, this does put it back into people's hands. Currently, it's not there.
I mean, admittedly, it's been a long time, but
Yeah.
I've got gray hair, I've experienced wage and price decline.
Yeah.
It does happen.
Yeah.
And yet this plan's only for increase.
I will address that. I have never seen a pay plan put in place that says, oh, by the way, we're gonna take money away from people.
Well,
If it steps next year, that's the reason why it goes back to and I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I'm saying that's the reason why it would have to go back to a vote of the town.
I don't know if they think everybody has a plan, they just do what the market does.
Well, that's not what the town's proposing anyway.
So we're proposing that we ignore the market and just always have.
It'll be,
No.
the company made it clear, in 3 years, it'll be revisited for the people to vote on it. If the economy's down, I couldn't answer what would happen for that.
I just point that out, that seems like half of this is missing.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Just a comment follow up to that. Most industries have this step program in their HR portfolio to help employees grow and progress. but to address the downward term, you could put in the wording, in the event of such a circumstance should happen, a wage freeze kicks in.
Right.
So that there's no degrading of the wage scale, but everyone shares an understanding that, hey, we all have to get through this, so we're freezing wages.
It's already there.
And then they're enlightening, so the wording should be put in.
Hey,
Right.
Mike,
That wouldn't happen this year on this plan.
No, I understand.
it's already there.
Is it?
It's there, if you notice in there, it states that the Board of Selectmen still have to approve of it. So the freeze aspect would take place because the Board of Selectmen are not gonna dole out more money if money's not available. That's the reason why, that even though there's a plan, they still have to approve whether or not it goes, if those raises will go into effect.
I believe Larry Brown is next.
Thank you. I speak as a civil service lifer who spent my childhood and worked here in New York State before I could get back here. Sometimes a union pay scale is set up so that many people think that your raise is your reward for not dying that year. This is not that. Employment in New Hampshire, absent a union contract, is subject to the at-will nature of employment in New Hampshire. Nothing prevents the employer of the town of Milton from setting the terms of employment and the pay rate for any employee during the year and offering them the option of liberty at that point and a rehire at a different rate. To consider the decline of wages in a time when every single measure of inflation has continued uninterrupted is perhaps money in the world.
There are other hands up. Anybody else wish to speak on this?
I see this as a retention plan, and I understand its need. I'm just wondering where, if this is in addition to a cost of living or a merit increase? How do those things, or are they not entities in government employment? I don't know, I've never worked for it.
So I believe that it is not part of the COLA, and it is part of, their step plan would be part of their normal raises, according to the plan.
Just a 2%, that's it,
Right.
across the board.
It's 2%, is it steps of 2%, and that's supposed to take the place of a COLA?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not in addition to a COLA consideration?
There's no more COLA, it's just 2% across the
Okay,
board.
and if we were to, if the cost of living were to go down, that we would just have 2+, that's basically what I'm hearing. And merit increases, that would be perhaps reassigned a new description to the job, if the person took on new responsibilities or did an exceptional job and said, I need more money, or I'm gonna go over here because they gain more skills and are becoming a more important part of their department. That would be reassigning them as a step thing in the position.
They could get reassigned to
That's
the
what
new
the
position.
supervisor would say, okay, we can change the job description and keep growing the job.
So I'm gonna ask Richard.
For an employee to get their step, they have to pass the passport satisfactory evaluation. So prior to any employee every single year being able to move to the next step, they would have to pass that satisfactory evaluation. So without calling it a merit raise, it is.
Okay.
For someone who's meeting different qualifications, for them to get a different amount of money, they would just change different grades. So, if you look at the police department page, the extra page on there, or if you look at the fire department extra page on there, you'll see the different steps where it shows where they get the different levels of qualification. That moves them into a different grade level. That's how they would increase their pay, by moving into a different grade, other than using the steps of the year.
Doug Shute?
We're also giving, longevity raises to, part-time people, is that correct?
Richard?
Page 2, 3 of the handout, I just received for Julie's. Is that true? Part-time people, those who say, not saying they are they giving longevity raises to part-time people?
Richard?
Proposal?
Yeah, the longevity payments that are defined within the plan, when you go beyond, if you get beyond the steps, there are 20 steps, then you no longer get a 2% raise, but there are longevity payments that are written into the plan that are at different levels. I don't have the plan in front of me, but, do you have it right there? Sure, so even and also to award in-service time. For instance, 10 years in service, there's a $500 longevity payment involved. 15, it goes to $750. At 20, it's $1,000. 25, it's $1,250. And 30 plus years, it's $1,500 per year. So once you get outside of there are 20 steps in the plan. So once you get outside of that, all you're getting for raises are the longevity amounts, no 2% at that point. That's the way it's designed to work. So the longevity pay for part-time employees, it is actually prorated. For instance, if somebody worked 20 hours a week, it would be 50% of what the longevity payment is. Then of course the part-time seasonal employees are not eligible for longevity.
Hey, my other question is, say someone gets 31 years, 31st year, they get the 1,500. But they get another additional 1,500 when they reach 32 years. On top of that.
It's just a straight $1,500 per year.
Forever?
That's the way it's, right.
I'm sorry?
It's not an addition, it's not the.
I just want to understand.
If they're not going up 1,500, it's 1,500 per year, right?
Per year, yes.
Right, they're not going to
They're not
get
gonna get 3,000 next.
It's not gonna go to 3,000.
Okay,
Right, it's just right, it's a straight payment of what's in this table here per year.
Do you guys have any idea how many people that might affect currently who would be on that longevity scale or at least at longevity? Because we obviously know that our police have been here 20 years. So,
I guess that would depend on how many are, the years of service they've been on.
say roughly 20.
I can't give you a rough, I don't know. Chief, could you speak on that? I don't think he even has the number as well. That's a tough one.
Yeah, 2, from what we understand.
Yeah, so we're not looking at out of 100 employees, we're not looking at, 50% of them are at longevity. We're looking at a few people.
Right.
In the police department, there would be 3 employees that would even be at the longevity mark.
2.
Myself at 20 years, my administrative assistant at 19 and a half years, and then my lieutenant at 15 years.
I have 25, 24, and 20, 21.
Okay, so you get
I have 3.
3 outside.
I think we're talking about 8 employees.
That brings up another question. Would they still be getting their pay raises within the steps in the program? The microphone doesn't work.
Yeah, you're good to do those.
still be getting the longevity on top of the pay raises within the step scale.
I believe that's the reason why that they're getting that one time a year. Am I right about that, Richard? Did you hear the question?
I have a question, and I think, I'm gonna pass it up to the Board of Selectmen, because I think this is where they and I would disagree on how this would go. So I'll let them answer that question, on the longevity portion of it.
All right, so is there a selectman available to speak on this?
What was the question again, Chief?
He asked if employees who are still within the step plan and still collecting a 2% increase for their step, are they going to be paid longevity on top of the 2% step? That is his question.
Well, you know, the Board of Selectmen change from year to year, so we all have different opinions, but I would say yes. You know, you would still continue to get your step, you know, the 2%. And if you've been here, you know, for 25 years, you know, you deserve, you know, your longevity as well. That just retains good health. So that would be my answer. But I can't speak for these two, so I'm speaking for myself.
Okay, are there any more?
I think that's what the whole section was, and then the longevity is in addition to, so I understand. Can I just take care, please, yeah.
So this retention plan is really to be used as a guideline. It doesn't mean that everybody moves up drastically in wages every year or all of that. It does come back down to every year evaluating, and also it comes to the Board of Selectmen. So it's to help the department heads along with the BOS to work together so we're all on the same page if we were to move up and when that time happens for an individual. Now, mind you, if someone decides to move away or is not employed any further in Milton, and we do hire someone else, it goes back to the step plan, and the wages are then reduced, which is going to change what the wage budget will be. So that's why it's really hard to have an exact assessment of what that will cost, because people move out of their positions or they'll graduate in their positions. So this is really like a guideline, so that way we can all have, because positions change also on the Board of Selectmen as well, so that way it helps the next board understand the plan, the guidelines, okay? I hope that helps a little bit.
There any other questions?
I'll make a motion.
I'll make a yeah.
Close further discussion and.
Mike,
And,
I was gonna get my piece for the budget.
all right, hold on, before we do that. Go ahead,
It wasn't a question, but I was gonna address the budget piece of this.
come on up.
Yep. All right, I've been on the budget committee for a couple of years now, and I know Mr. McDougal's was with me during a good portion of this, as have a few others. One of the biggest struggles that we have gone through was trying to figure out what the salaries were in town as we're trying to determine the budget. Without a payment plan, retention plan in place, salary increases are at the Board of Selectmen's discretion, working with department heads, trying to figure out what that's gonna be. But the money doesn't go up if you're in the default budget, as far as the net budget goes. So, if you look at the closing cost this year, which I posted on the website for the budget, we were over $90,000 in salaries that were not in the net budget. They were they weren't in the default budget. So we're trying to figure out how we're gonna figure out a proposed budget for the following year, and that's a struggle. This puts a plan in place that not only does the budget committee and the board of selectmen and department heads the opportunity to determine what's going on, it puts a fiscally sound budget in place where people have to prove themselves, aren't gonna start negotiating new wages because it's all in the plan, and like Larry Brown, I've been a lifetime civil servant myself. Pay plans are in place at the shipyard and other places so that employees don't go up and start trying to negotiate new salaries. They understand the plan. The public will understand the plan because it's visible. Currently, as Chief Kraus has put, we've only got part of the department out there. Well, the school has the same situation. Teachers don't get additional raises unless new plans are put in place. Okay? The pay plan makes it visible, the pay plan makes it workable, the pay plan makes it so that we have a competitive wage, and it makes it so that we can determine the budgets year in and year out. But currently, right now, that's more of a struggle. So, hope that helps clarify that. This pay plan is very important to make sure we have a workable plan each and every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Humphrey.
Yep.
Any more comments or questions? Not seeing any. For a motion?
To close,
Yep,
further
close.
discussion and
Yep.
strict reconsideration.
A second?
I'll second. No,
Second by
Who was the second?
give it to Danielle.
Danielle. There were 5 of them. Just pick one. All those in favor, raise your ballot. All those opposed? Not seeing it.
Majority.
One.
I wish you'd move your chair over a little bit so I can't see behind that fellow, but come on up. One opposed.
One opposed, yeah.
The article passes. Looking for, instruct the clerk to place Article 5 on the second session ballot as read. A motion to restrict on Article 5.
We did.
Okay. Moving on to Article 6. The Bridge Capital Reserve Fund, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be placed on the Bridge Capital Reserve Fund, previously established for the purpose of funding future capital expenditures as recommended in the 2021 to 2026 Capital Improvement Program. The sum to come from the unassigned fund balance. No amount will be raised from taxation. Majority vote required. Estimated tax impact is 0. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee, 7-0. Larry Brown, got to open it up for discussion.
The question of order, was the motion to restrict properly voiced and recorded?
Yes.
All right, I did not hear it. Thank you.
You need a motion to open up for discussion?
I'll make a motion to open the warrant article for discussion.
Second?
I'll second.
Second by Humphrey. All those in favor to open it up for discussion? Those opposed? Now the floor. Is there any questions? Great. Fine.
This article will appropriate $25,000 to the Bridge Capital Reserve Fund, which sets aside money for repairs to Milton bridges that are solely within the town of Milton, like the Winding Road Bridge project. The New Hampshire Department of Transportation estimates that the project costs upwards of $1,080,000, and the town will need to provide a local match of about $216,000. As of 12/31/2020, there is a balance of $77,682 in the Bridge Capital Reserve Fund. Please refer to the Milton CIP at all that, milton-us.com/planning-board/pages CIP information.
Matt? Any questions on the floor? Seeing any?
I'll make a motion to close further discussion and restrict for consideration.
I'll second that.
All in favor of restricting? All those opposed? So I instruct the clerk to place Article 6 on the second session ballot as read. Article 7, Municipal Buildings Capital Reserve Fund. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be added to the Municipal Buildings Capital Reserve Fund previously established for the purpose of finding future capital expenditures as described in the recommended 2021 to 2026 capital improvement program. The sum to come from unassigned fund balances. No amount will be raised for taxation. Majority vote required. Estimated tax impact is 0. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-1. Recommended by the Budget Committee 7-0.
I'll make a motion to open the warrant article for discussion.
Second.
Second it.
All those in favor, please raise your ballot. All those opposed? One. Was that an opposed, Larry?
No.
That was in favor? Okay. Seeing any? Andy? Okay. I'm just trying to read this as a new one too. Okay, we have a speaker on this, Andy Rossin, please.
So this article is just to, place $50,000 into the capital reserve fund primarily for high-cost repairs, maintenance items. This fund can help mitigate the cost of unexpected and expensive occurrences. As of 12/31/2020, there's a balance of $40,439 in the municipal building capital reserve fund. So it's just really just a good savings plan. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Not seeing any.
I'll make a motion to close further discussion and restrict for reconsideration.
A second.
I'll second that.
All in favor of closing, please, for reconsideration? All those opposed? Instruct the clerk to place the Article 7 on the ballot as read. Session. Moving on. Article 8, boat ramp repair. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,000 for the repair of the boat ramp at the town beach, as recommended in the 2021 to 2026 capital improvement program. This sum to come from the unassigned fund balances. No amounts will be raised from taxation. Majority vote required. Estimated tax impact is 0. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 7-0.
I'll make a motion to open up the warrant article for discussion.
And a
Second.
All those in favor of opening up for discussion, please raise your ballot. All those opposed? I have asked Andy, do you have to speak on this?
So this article will appropriate $5,000 towards the repair of the boat ramp at the town beach. There is previously approved funds, in the amount of $15,000 in the Recreation Capital Reserve Fund, along with funding that has been raised by gate fees and the Recreation Revolving Fund. An initial funding will go towards the necessary permits to begin the project. Wetland permits are around $10,000 and shoreline permits are $10,000. Once the permits are in place, the town will have 5 years with an additional 5 years needed to complete the project. This warrant article would cover the cost of those permits out of the Recreation Capital Reserve Fund, and please refer to the Milton CIP. So really, this is part of, the infrastructure of Milton. Unfortunately, I don't even think the police, back their boat, into the lake using the town boat ramp. So this is, kind of another important warrant article, and it's just really fixing our infrastructure. So, thank you.
If this boat ramp repairs, the question is, how long does it go on? Do we have a total cost on this project? I might have missed it.
At this point, unfortunately, we do not, but we can move forward with the permitting.
Okay.
So
there's a cost to that also.
yes, but it's important to get the boat ramp fixed. It brings, it's an economical engine. It brings people to Milton. It brings people to use the lake, and that's kind of important. So to get the boat ramp fixed would be a good thing for the town.
Yes, ma'am.
Program repair has been going on for 2 years now. I'm wondering why the beach people can't restrict the boat ramp. Is drafting the town to pay for the boat ramp repair to make it usable? Why don't we make the boat ramp usable year-round? It just seems like there's restrictions. I'm not a boat owner myself, but I hear people saying they can't get off the ice, they can't get out and fish early in the morning. There's all kinds of restrictions on this boat ramp, and if it's part of our infrastructure, just like a road, I should be able to drive on it. So have anybody addressed this issue, why the boat ramp is so restricted?
The boat ramp isn't, restricted. We have a curfew to use the town beach, sunset to sunrise or whatever it might be. But we don't have a curfew, we don't have a restriction on the boat ramp. The majority of the boat ramp is gonna be paid through the gate fees. The ramp, I'm just gonna throw a number out there, it could be up to around $80,000 to get the ramp in there. But we, and that, again, like I said, we pay through gate fees. The boat ramp is owned by the town of Milton, and it is part of our infrastructure. So that's why we're asking for $5,000 to go towards, the permitting for the boat ramp. People can use the park. It's open as we speak for ice fishing. Thank you.
Mike, go.
Larry Brown?
Thank you, Larry Brown. The CIP was involved with this for some time now, and I had a chance to work with Karen over last summer in discussion of what the boat ramp should be. And she has done a good deal of work in contact with whatever the alphabet soup of the state should be, whether fisheries or DES, not DOT, there's no room there. And there is a wonderful modular boat ramp, not only 12 feet wide, as I remember it, basically Lego construction, which permits you to put it down into the water one Lego at a time. DES has control of the public waters of the state, hence the need for permitting. The other point to consider, as council knows better than I, is the liability of the town for access. From what I remember reading from Fish and Game, you need 6 to 8 inches of ice for human traffic and 8 to 10 of solid clear ice for vehicles. And that is compromised by water currents and by what are called spring holes, which can greatly thin the ice. So it is a combination of liability, control, access, and a complement to Karen's own work in shepherding this project forward for years. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing any?
I'll make a motion to close further discussion and restrict for consideration.
A second?
Second.
All in favor, please raise your ballot. Close the discussion. Opposed? I'll instruct the clerk to place the warrant, Article 8, on the second session ballot as read. We need a motion for consideration. So I still ask for it, though. Doesn't say that. Well. Moving on, Article 9, Milton Free Public Library Capital Reserve Fund. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000 to be placed in the Milton Free Public Library Capital Reserve Fund, previously established for the purpose of funding the future capital expenditures as recommended in the 2021-2026 Capital Improvement Program. This sum to come from unassigned fund balances, no amount to be raised for taxation. Majority vote required. Estimated tax impact is 0, recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 0, recommended by the Budget Committee, 7 to 0.
I'll make a motion
to
open the warrant article for discussion.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of opening up the Article 9 for discussion? All those opposed? I'll ask, please.
This article will provide funding to the Milton Free Public Library to continue renovation and restoration work on the Little Red Schoolhouse. This funding will be used as matching funds for grants and will allow the library to finish one of the last phases of rehabilitation for the historic building. As of 12/31/2020, there's a balance of $21,636 in the Milton Free Public Library Capital Reserve Fund. You can refer to the website accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudine. Betsy, would you like to speak on this?
My name is Betsy Baker. I'm the director of the Milton Free Public Library. The Little Red Schoolhouse is on the the New Hampshire Historic Registry, historic buildings, and we've been working to renovate and restore the building, and it is a long-term project. We have had 2 LTIP grants in the past 5 years, and we've done the majority of the work. There is still more work to be done. We're hoping to get another LTIP grant this next round
Does anybody have any questions for Betsy? Not seeing any. Thank you, Betsy. See, I'm looking for,
I'll make a motion to close further discussion and restrict reconsideration.
yes.
Question back.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry I keep missing you. Come on up to speak.
Glenn Bailey again. I have no objection to the expenditure. I'm gonna take up Selectman Lucier's point several years ago. This sum is to come from the unassigned fund balance. Well, gee, where did that come from? Oh, taxes. So then the line that follows, no amount to be raised from taxation, is not strictly speaking accurate. It's to be raised from prior taxation. Right?
No, new taxes, correct.
Yeah, so I mean, I think what he was trying to get put into the language of these things. No additional. No amount to be raised through additional taxation, and that seems to have been omitted.
DRA doesn't like that language.
Say you're lying to us, but it's inaccurate. I don't want to sign a
No,
vote.
right, Mr. Bailey, I agree with you 100%. The State Department of Revenue Administration kind of tugs at that language every year. It has to be the way that they want it, and that's why. I mean, you are correct. It's from previously raised taxes. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. So they enjoy the sleight of hand, and then you do it too.
Well, I mean, it's just what they do. It's true.
It is not the hill to die on.
Any more questions? Right, I'm gonna look for a motion
I'll
to
make a motion
close
to
the,
close further discussion and restrict reconsideration.
right, second. All those in favor of closing? All those against? Not seeing any? I'll instruct the clerk to place warrant article 9 on the second session ballot as read.
Must be lunch.
11:50. 7, 8, 7.
We have 5 more articles to read. Does anybody want to take a short break? No. Okay, Article 10. Technology Upgrade Capital Reserve Fund. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,500 to be placed in the Technology Upgrade Capital Reserve Fund previously established for the purpose of funding future capital expenditures as recommended in the 2021 to 2026 Capital Improvement Program. This sum to come from an unassigned fund balance. No amount to be raised from taxation. Majority vote required. Estimated tax impact is 0. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 3-0. Recommended by the Budget Committee, 5-2.
I'll make a motion to open the warrant article for discussion.
Right?
Second.
Second. Vote to open it up for discussion. All those opposed? Moderator will recognize people to speak on this. Yep.
This article will provide funding for periodic replacement and upgrades of town technology. Desktop computers are rotated out every 4 to 5 years depending on obsolescence and the security risks that increase as support is phased out for older operating systems. The server at Town Hall is also covered by this fund, as well as other information technology, communications, and security systems. As of 12/31/2020, there is a balance of $22,620 in the Technology Upgrade Capital Reserve Fund. Refer to the Milton CIP website.
Any questions?
And I was at a meeting where we talked about, we really need to consider increasing the bandwidth down at town hall, which might end up being $100 a month or whatever for a new contract. Is that something that belongs here, or is that gonna be coming out of another place, if we're gonna go down that road?
Probably out of the operating budget.
Yes. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Did I just hear that the upgrade in the?
I know you have before, but could you state your name, please?
I'm sorry, Catherine Ann. As I understand that the upgrade to the communication system that we have for the, letting people know what's going on at meetings, is coming out of the operating budget? Or
No, so she was asking, we're gonna get, a stronger band of internet at the town hall moving forward, and that would come out of the operating budget from the town administrative budget. That's what she was.
Okay, that's already been put in there. So, can we consider using the funds for some additional, equipment, projectors or necessary, but it's obviously with this COVID situation, it's made our system woefully, we see the need. I mean, it's been pretty spotty. And, with restricted meetings, it's been terrible as far as getting information to the public. We really need to work on that. So I hope that there is a discussion about getting a new system, because technology moves as we talked about with the computers, every year, new stuff comes out and makes it much easier, and it shouldn't be this difficult to communicate with the people that you represent.
Comments?
Thomas McDougall, I just wanted to address her concern about getting the information out to people. They just upgraded the system in town hall. It's actually really capable now. The problem is we need people to run it. You can't effectively run that system as it is while you're also running meetings, because it's more complicated. That's what happens when you bring in and able to see PowerPoints and people and switch cameras. You need a dedicated operator. I was basically the one that ran the system we had previous to that one, and it was me and a couple others that knew how to run it. If you want to be able to see this and not have the expense of an additional employee to run it, you need to have people step up to be willing to learn how to run the system and assist the boards and committees. That's why we have this body right now. You don't have anybody that steps up to say, I can run it, or I'll take over the ownership of knowing how all this stuff works. That's why we're in the situation right now. Volunteers.
Hi, Pete Hayward. I just, interested in two members of the budget committee that did not support this, and what's that rationale?
Humphrey?
All right, on the I want to address it in two parts, Pete. Number one, I'm one of the ones that voted against it because through the funding this year, because of COVID, we replaced all the equipment, the computer equipment at Town Hall, so I didn't feel the need for an additional $1,500 to go into the fund this year. We're over $22,000 currently in it. So it was merely, I know it's a small amount, but every little bit helps. As far as the communication piece, the contract that we would have would help improve the bandwidth, and as Mr. McDougall mentioned, the equipment down there, currently the problem is we're using a free service as opposed to paying for the additional bandwidth, which would allow us to have our own channel as well. And that would be able to come out of the current some of the current funding we don't need any additional equipment coming out of the current funding, that's just part of the operating budget. So we didn't see the need to increase for additional equipment at this time.
Mr. Any other questions? Not seeing any.
I'll make a
Looking for a
motion
motion.
to close further discussion and restrict reconsideration.
A second.
Second.
All those in favor, please raise your ballot. All those opposed? I'll instruct the clerk to place the warrant article number 10 on the second session ballot as read. Article 11, graphic information system. To see if the town will vote, raise and appropriate the sum of $2,500 for the purpose of continual upgrades of the public web-based graphic information system. For the town as recommended in the 2021, it's been a while, huh? 2026 capital improvement program. The sums to come from unassigned fund balances. No amount will be raised from taxation. Majority vote required. Estimated tax impact is 0. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 7-0.
I'll make a motion to open the warrant article for discussion.
Second.
Was that Humphrey?
I need a motion.
Yep, Humphrey did.
Okay. All opposed? Claudine?
This article will fund additional prioritized data and map layers to Milton's web-based mapping software to provide additional information to residents at home and to facilitate town staff in assisting customers. Please refer to the Milton CIP at the Milton, New Hampshire website.
Any questions on Article 11? Not seeing any?
I'll make a motion to close further discussion and restrict reconsideration.
A second?
Second.
All those in favor of closing for discussion? Those opposed? I'll instruct the clerk to place warrant Article 11 on the second session ballot as read. Article 12. Eradicate invasive plant species. See if the town will vote and raise and appropriate the sum of $5,000 for the purpose of eradicating invasive plant species from the bodies of water in the town. This is a special warrant article as recommended in the 2021-2026 capital improvement program and will be a non-lapsing appropriation per New Hampshire RSA 32:7-6 and will not lapse until the invasive plant species eradication from the bodies of the water of town of Milton is complete or by December 31st, 2022, whichever is sooner. The sum to come out of unassigned fund balances. No amount to be raised from taxation. A majority vote required. Estimated tax impact is 0. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 7-0.
I'll make a motion to open the warrant article for discussion.
Second on that?
Second.
All those who open discussion? Those opposed? Andy?
Thank you. This article will appropriate monies to support the Three Ponds Protective Association in its effort to coordinate treatment efforts to wipe out the invasive plant species in Milton Three Ponds, which negatively impacts the water quality, potentially displaces native species, reduces biodiversity, hampers recreational use, and reduces real estate and aesthetic values. I will say that, both the town of Lebanon and the TPPA contribute funds to this eradicating this invasive plant. The Milton Three Ponds is one of our largest, economical engines that we have in Milton. And, we really need to do our best to preserve it. And I'm thankful that this warrant article, usually always passes. It's just a good fight that we need to keep, fighting, and, who knows, it could be for a long time, unfortunately. But, I do have Humphrey William, who does sit on the TPPA, and if he wants to speak to this warrant article, he can. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not speaking on behalf of the Budget Committee at this point. I'm a board member on the Three Ponds Protective Association as well. This has been a $10,000 grant in recent years because of the fight that we've had to try to clear up your ENIAD in the Three Ponds. But the treatments that have been taking place, as well as grant money that we received from New Hampshire and Maine Department of Environmental Protection, have helped create a very successful program in wiping out the existing plants, but there are still seeds, unfortunately, from ENIAD that get moved, and we're finding little pockets here and there. But it has been pretty successful to the point where we were able to lower the amount of money. As Mr. Rotson mentioned, we split this three ways. Three Ponds Protective Association, Lebanon, and the town of Milton split this cost. So we have been able to keep the cost down, where $5,000 is more than sufficient enough. We don't want to ask for more than needed. We are currently treating areas that are actually down below the dam as well. We want to make sure this doesn't spread any further. So it's important that we continue this fight. Boat inspections are a big piece of this, just to let you know. The grant money that we received from the states are actually in excess of $21,000 last year. It was $21,446 between the two states. It pays for boat inspections both at the town beach as well as over at Everett's Cove in Lebanon. And they pay people to do inspections of boats going in and out to try to ensure that we do not transfer anything into the ponds as well as transfer anything out of the ponds. So this is all part of that funding.
Quick question, what does it cost per summer to do what we do for harassing?
It cost us over $44,000 last year to do the treatments, but again, because we received grant money, we were able to lower the cost overall. So, any other questions? Yes. Could you come up to the microphone, please? It's not just for my ears. I can hear you, but we need to make sure the public hears you as well.
I didn't hear her name.
No, that's why I'm asking her to come up. If you'd state your name first, too, please.
It's Karen Diane, and just questioning, you say bodies of water in Milton, but you only mentioned Milton Three Ponds. What about other bodies of water that also have using this?
These treatments have been for the Three Ponds, and as well as the Salmon Falls River portion of it, which means down below the dam. So any of the tributaries that come in, the Branch River is a part of it when we say it's Three Ponds Protective Association is the association. Milton Three Ponds is the biggest piece of this, but the Branch River, Salmon Falls River is all a part of that type of treatment.
So do you include Calton Pond in that area as well that needs the treatment?
They are actually working on treatment outside of it, such as some of the little runoff areas. They are working on that because off of Townhouse Road, you've got, I don't know, how do you want to call it? It's basically the overflow that's on the northern side of Townhouse Road, has also been treated. Around the culvert area, they've treated what they call the thumb area over here, away from Milton Three Ponds, which is on both sides of the railroad tracks. So it's not just the Three Ponds, it is some of the runoff areas. Yep. Any other questions? Yes.
Yes, I'm here. I heard you say that the road inspection goes on the Maine and New Hampshire side was included in this, the usage of...
The grant money covers both, the grant money covers both inspections and everything as well. And when we're paying, but part of the treatment of the ENIAD comes out of the funding, that's why Lebanon pays their $5,000 share towards the main side, Milton pays the $5,000. share, and the Three Ponds Protective Association members pay as well.
My question is, when, and I'm hoping that's gonna be a possibility, when we got this controlled, I'm assuming there would still be, both sections done by Milton anyway, and where will that money come from when we don't no longer have an ongoing, annual effort to, I mean, if you see that the seeds have died down and we don't see, go back several years to where we didn't have this battle. We still, you know, other parts of New Hampshire will have this battle, and so we still need to be inspecting the boat. I just want to make sure that, is that going to come from the boat fees, the beach fees, or parks and recreation, or what?
In all honesty, the boat inspections, Catherine, the money comes from Three Ponds Protective Association. The association pays out all the inspections. We give money to the Recreation Department, we give money to Everett's Cove. It comes specifically from Three Ponds Protective Association to do the boat inspections. This money here that we're talking about is strictly for dealing with the attack on the invasive plant species. And if we reach a point, it would be nice if we reach a point that we no longer have this would obviously either die out or get, I mean, it's gonna continue to be reduced. As I mentioned, we just reduced it from 10,000 down to 5,000 because we are getting a better handle. Don't know how long it takes to get, this isn't something that you can wipe out overnight. I mean, it's been decades in the making in different areas that this has been a battle. And it's just that we're getting it in smaller and smaller pockets. But if it gets transferred by boats coming through, and I will tell you one of the problems, if they go through the beach, and this is part of the boat ramp issue, or they go through Everett's Cove where they'll launch the boats, then it's been very successful. But there are other access areas where people are launching boats, and they're not being inspected. So it can still be a problem, but the inspection money comes from Three Ponds Protective Association specifically.
Okay. Did I hear you say that part of the grant money was used for home inspection? Are we looking at nitrogen runoff at all?
Oh, yes, the Three Ponds Protective Association goes around and does inspections. They do water treatment tests and everything else. We actually work with the Recreation Department as well as the Water and Sewer District to do some testing on the waters, and the University of New Hampshire to do testing of water quality and runoff tests. As a matter of fact, through the planning board, I know one of the efforts was even with Mighty Joe with some of their changes. And, I mean, I don't want to address Mighty Joe, I'm just saying, but part of it is to make sure that they monitor water runoff and everything else. Yes. Any others? Thank you.
You know, just as, you know, moving forward, you never know on rain. Rain, dry up, so, you know, this might have to change down the road, if unfortunately, you know, rain dry up, you know, there might be more contributions from others. But right now, you know, there's still grant money there, but that's just, we just never know. So, thank you.
Oh. Any other questions? Not seeing any?
I'll make a motion to close further discussion and restrict reconsideration.
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor of closing discussion? All those opposed? I'll instruct the clerk to place Article 12 on the ballot as read. All set? Thank you. Article 13, establish for Independent Capital Improvement Program Committee. Shall the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to establish an independent committee pursuant of New Hampshire RSA 674:5 to prepare and amend the recommended program of municipal capital improvement projects, and to make budgetary recommendations to the Board of Selectmen. The committee, to be known as the Capital Improvement Program Committee, will have 5 voting members to be appointed by the Board of Selectmen, and shall include at least 1 member of the Planning Board, by majority vote required. Recommended by the Planning Board, 7-0. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 3-0.
I'll make a motion to open the warrant article for discussion.
And a second.
Second.
Raise your ballots open for discussion. All those opposed? It is open for discussion. I want to recognize Matt Morrow.
This article will remove the capital improvement program process from the planning board and create a new committee whose members will focus on developing a sustainable, affordable capital improvement program. The committee's creation will allow the planning board more time to commit toward other planning issues as needed. The planning board held a public hearing on this proposed warrant article and voted unanimously to recommend it to the Board of Selectmen.
Any more discussion? Sir?
If I'm not mistaken, this was on the ballot last year, failed. I'm very surprised to see it on the ballot again, given that it failed last year, and sounded so, if I recall. I can well believe that the planning board would vote 7-0 to get rid of it, but I'm very surprised that the selectmen voted unanimously to put it back on the ballot. I mean, if the planning board wants to get rid of this, or the responsibility for this, and, I mean, you might question whether you need to get rid of the program rather than create another layer of government and management. I mean, we've seen already today that 4 or 5 of these things now are recommended at least months by the capital improvement program, but those figures are not accurate. I mean, I don't believe in central planning anyway. And I really, the planning board doesn't either, they want to get rid of it. Let's just get rid of it, not just putting it on the ballot to create another committee. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, so really what we're doing is looking for people that specialize in, you know, the CIP, projects. Not that, you know, the planning board don't specialize in, but they have a lot of other duties that they need to be taken care of, and there's just not enough time in the day. So really, that's what we're looking for to do, or they're looking for to do, that they propose to us. It's just, you know, you get a few people that want to step up to the plate, and you just throw all this stuff at them. So really what we're looking to do is just, get some extra help, to move forward. So that's what really is one out of it.
Kim?
Hi, Kim Libby. I don't know whether Andy can answer this or on the planning board, but currently the planning board is an elected position. Why, if the planning board is in favor of developing another committee, which assumably they would be assisting the planning board with the CIP decisions, why would it be appointed by the selectmen rather than being created into being an elected position, an elected board?
Sorry. You want to answer the question by Kim?
Is there a level?
I'm sure Larry could probably answer.
All right. Larry?
Larry Brown. One of my favorite creative proverb is, if you don't know where you're going, you'll get there. No, okay. The absolute reason for the CIP process is so that major capital expenses of the town can be presented in an orderly fashion, money can be set aside for them, and those expenses over, of $20,000 with a life expectancy of more than 2 years can be properly budgeted without spiking the town budget. The CIP committee is provided for in the state statute, and under it, the planning board is the default board. The value of the CIP is not diminished by having either an appointed CIP committee or by having the planning board do it. That is not the issue. That is a false issue. What is at issue is the workload of the planning board. If you look through the rest of the warrant, you will find that we have, with the assistance of the town planner and land use clerk, just developed a new zoning article for the expansion and complexity of planning and zoning issues in the town. That's enough to have on one page. I have the recommendations of the CIP are not binding. They are an orderly recommendation based on cost, need, and length of time to get to the total that is presented to the executive part of the town, the board of selectmen, to make the decision with background information of why such and such a project is important. Nick left. If you look through the presentation of the fire department to the CIP and to the selectmen and to budget discussions, you will see that kind of orderly explanation of the cost of major capital improvements. That's the reason for the CIP. We are a wonderful planning board. It is a pleasure to work with the people there who have the multiple viewpoints and commitments to the process. We have enough on our plate. And I personally respect the ability of the selectmen to choose a CIP committee that reflects the broad-based skills of our community and doesn't have to depend on someone whose math skills peak.
Thank you, Larry Brown.
I just want to say respectfully, Mr. Brown, I absolutely agree with you. The CIP committee is extremely important to the town and to what the planning board does with this, with everything else they have to do, is absolutely amazing. No argument there. My issue is the fact that as a board of selectmen, there are 3 people taking who serves on what board when it's not an elected board. If we want a clear representation of what our citizens want on these boards, even though boards are volunteer, we need to have a representation from all of our townspeople, including Milton Mills. Because I think it's very difficult thing to expect the selectmen to decide, like Mr. Brown stated, you may have somebody that has exceptional math skills. You may have somebody that has exceptional speaking skills, but you may have somebody that has served on a CIP board in a different town, but maybe is new to Milton like somebody else, other people have said. So I think it's very important that the town take it into consideration how these boards are appropriated, whether it be by election or selection. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator?
Can I clear up on that point?
Yes, please.
Just to clarify about the selection of members of a CIP committee, the law allows for two options. Either the planning board does it, or there is a CIP committee appointed by the Board of Selectmen. Those are the options. There's no option to have a CIP committee that is elected rather than appointed by the Board of Selectmen.
Why is that where other boards are?
I didn't write the law, I just.
Okay.
I don't
Okay,
know.
I was unaware of that. There was a law because other boards are elected, obviously.
Yes.
It's an elected board. So wouldn't they be the ones to directly appoint?
That's not what the law says. It's not an option.
So I think there was a hint of diversification in your statement as well, too.
Just that I think it's a very difficult decision, for a board to have to make when it's based on a law that maybe the law needs to be changed, and maybe we should go and look at changing the law.
There you go. Must be on this meeting.
Right. Just a statement, like Mr. Brown said, it's always an option.
Sir?
Yeah, John Boyd, I just want to ask the counselor, so the planning board, if I understand correctly, was the default for the CIP, and now we're looking to use the other option that the state has put in place by selecting people to run the CIP, and have one person from the planning board on it. What is the term, length of service for a member of this new committee, versus like the planning board, terms, the number of years that they're selected for? If this new committee is put in place, can they be removed, after a term, or do they get 3 years, do they get 2 years?
I'm guessing it's a 3-year staggered.
The statute does not say what the term is. Normally, that would be set up, the Board of Selectmen probably would set that at the beginning. They should be staggered so that the terms don't all expire all the terms don't expire at the same time.
Are we looking at a potential long-term position for someone getting on this board and never getting off of it? If we determine that they're detrimental to the welfare of the town?
I don't want to speak in a total sweeping generalization, but for the most part, an appointed official does not have a right to be reappointed once their term is up. So
a term limit, and then, but we just said that there's no term limit.
the statute doesn't say. That doesn't mean the Board of Selectmen can't impose one.
So technically, they could get on for 6 years in a row and not be, unless the selectmen, do they have the authority to remove someone?
The authority to appoint is generally comes along with the authority to remove.
It's something we should make clear. If you could get somebody on there that could be a detriment and then have trouble getting them off if they're not elected. You don't do your job and you're elected, you don't do your job, you don't get reelected.
The decision of whether to reappoint would be within the Board of Selectmen's discretion.
Any other discussion? Seeing any?
I'll make a motion to close for the discussion and restrict reconsideration.
Second.
Show of ballots, close this discussion. Opposed? Passed. I'll instruct the clerk to place Article 113 on the second ballot as well. This time, Steve, is there any? Excellent. Okay, thank you. Article 14, Dawson Street and Silver Street Area Drainage Project, Phase 1. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $349,329 for the Dawson Street, Silver Street Area Drainage Project, Phase 1, as described by the Underwood engineers to excavate and replace, repair the stormwater drainage system as phase one of the total project. This appropriation will be offset by $129,718, which will come from an unassigned fund balance. This will be on a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:7/6, and will not lapse until the project is complete, all by December 31st, 2026, whichever comes first. A majority vote is required. Tax impact is 44 cents per thousand, recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 2-0. Recommended by the Budget Committee, 8-0. I'll call your attention to that podium, the board over there, that describes the project. The Gephardt speaker on this would be Matt Morrow, please.
Want to open it up for discussion first?
Oh, yeah, that would help.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
All those in favor of opening up the discussion? You all opposed?
This project will prepare the receiving drainage system for future drainage improvements in accordance with the design for the whole project, which includes sidewalks, municipal parking, new drainage structures, and curbing from the intersection of Steeple and Dawson Street to New Hampshire Route 125 and Dawson Street, One Rod Road and Silver Street back down to the intersection of Silver and Dawson.
Thank you, Matt. I have a second speaker. Can I ask Pat Smith to come up and speak on this? Come up here, Pat. Thank you.
So this, project, what this project consists of is complete revitalization of the sidewalks, the drainage system, and it would include, off-street parking, municipal off-street parking for the whole project overall. What's proposed here is phase one of approximately 3 phases. And phase one would just take and do, I'm gonna step up here, okay? So phase one, our start point is here. This is a drainage structure at 125 by Veterans Park. And this is the main, drainage pipe that goes into the same vault here. Crosses 125 and it goes into the same vault here. So the reason that we propose just this for phase one is because we have a couple of different issues going on in this area. So the old lines that are coming from, this catch basin up on Dawson Street, over to Veterans Park, has some failure to it, has some rusting, has some collapsing, along with some of the other stuff. There's actually not much here, and this is inadequate. It's not, the water's not going into the structures. Can't handle the amount of water that's coming down off of Silver Street. So this is Silver Street. And up on the Dawson Street end, we have another issue that's taking place that, when the town put the original, this drainage system in, which was in about the 1980s, is when it was done, when the sewer was done. So it was like mid to late 80s that this project, took place. They only went back as far as the right of way. So that's the right of way. After we get through the right of way, on this property here, there's an old stone culvert. And that stone culvert has somewhat collapsed, causing some issue in that yard. Also, the amount of water coming down from the Silver Street up by the school area, it comes to the back of this property right here, and it's not adequate enough to take that amount of water, which is causing some problems in the yard. The other issue is on Silver Street, which is a similar issue. Again, when they put that original system in, they went just past the right of way, it goes into a stone culvert, runs up beside the house, goes up into the woods a little ways, still a stone culvert. I've repaired that one a couple of times. and the water can't handle it. If you watch, the end of Silver Street, where Dawson and Silver come together, in the wintertime, you'll see a bunch of ice there. Where I was out there putting salt on it and scraping up the ice. That's because the amount of water, if it rains, flows down through there, doesn't go in the system, ends up on the road, we gotta take care of it. In heavy, heavy rain, if you notice down by Pizza Nut, you'll see the water will build up and it'll flow over 125. I don't know if you've seen that, but it happens down there. That's because the structure down there is not adequate to handle that excess water that's coming down. So the proposal for this plan here is that we put the main lines in, take care of this Dawson Street home issue and the Silver Street home issue, stop this off, so that we can come back into phase 2 whenever we can raise money for phase 2, be able to pick up where we left off and continue. So this phase, what we're talking about this year is installing the structures in this pipe, subbing it off, and only patching the hot top where we dig, not to do a full overlay of the road or anything like that. It's just a patch so that when you come in later on, you just pick up where you left off and move forward. Questions?
The phase 1 is what's in the dark ink on your map, correct? Everything is in dark?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's all.
Yeah. This is all new structure, so there's new catch basins, new pumps, get rid of all the old stuff. The only thing that's gonna stay the same is the 125 pipe, because that's a good pipe. And it goes under 125, so we don't have to get into 125 at all. We just have to go through Veterans Park and put in our new structures and connect all this together with all new pipe and take out the old stuff. So the old stuff's just gonna be ripped out and thrown away.
A natural decay.
I know it's repetition, but you state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, Catherine Air. That this would be a natural decay of infrastructure, but that this, and it should have been planned for by the water department, but how does that become the responsibility of all the Milton residents? This is for the people that are hooked to the water system.
And it's not water, it's just drainage.
Sewer, water, sewer.
No, this is just runoff groundwater, like when it rains really heavy, the runoff.
Drain system. Okay.
Yeah.
Is this something that we have a CIP for ongoing? I mean, have we developed one? Because whatever we put in this year, 40 years from now, it's probably gonna need to be looked at again.
Yep.
This is just natural, it should have been understood that this is gonna happen.
So to be transparent, this whole project, when we did this whole thing, all in one shot, in 2019, when I brought it to the CIP and the Board of Selectmen, it was $983,000 to do the whole thing. We're now up around 1.5 million.
For the first phase?
For the whole project.
What changed?
Just the increase in cost. Increase in the different things that you have to get. So, I mean, and that's just an estimated price. If we put it out for bid, it may come in at $1 million if we did the whole job. You know, so each piece of this in 3 phases, you're gonna put out to bid, and will hopefully fall within the number that we're looking for. I mean, it hasn't gone out for bid yet, but our number, after calculating everything up, is $349, and bids should be coming in at that or under.
And this is the first year we considered putting it on the ballot?
This is the first year it's been on the ballot. I've put it through CIP 2 years.
Do we have an ongoing plan to put a CIP to get, capital improvement fund together for things like this? I mean, this is not the only hilly part of town.
Again, what we've been doing is when we get it designed, we bring it to the board, present it at CIP, and then we have to go for the funding, and however they decide, the Board of Selectmen decides how they want to fund it. So they can fund it in, phases, or they can try to fund the whole thing, or they could go to bond. They can do whatever they want to do with it as far as funding. So there's really no allotted money, there's no bank account, there's no capital reserve fund anywhere in town that you can take money and just put it in there for future projects like this.
But shouldn't we start for this kind of drainage issue?
I'm not
We
even
have
sure.
a hilly drainage.
Can you start a fund like that for
Should be part of
projects?
construction.
You can start a capital reserve fund for any capital project, but obviously the place to do that wouldn't be here today.
This is just going to continue to degrade and it's going to cost more and more to repair. And I just hope that the voters understand that, because with the current climate, it doesn't affect me.
They can
It's going to be the attitude, so I hope that
a piece of it too.
can see what the problem is.
And to establish a capital
It is downtown.
We couldn't add that
because
today.
of the phase, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, John,
Yeah, it couldn't be added today,
so this would be
because it wasn't on the warrant
phases
to start with.
and estimations, I understand cost increase. Like when you do a projection of 44 cents per thousand, that would fund this over the 3 years, maybe go to 50 cents.
No, that 349,000 is phase one year.
Correct.
Yep.
The total cost was 900,000.
Yeah, it's
So
over there.
the funding you're asking for, 44 cents
Right.
per thousand, would be for phase one. At the end of phase one, if we kept the 44 cents per thousand, that would be a funding base for phase two. And then phase three, after
It would be close to that. I'm not sure exactly what the cost would be each
Yeah,
year.
give or take, it would be
Yeah.
about 55 cents extra phase, 60 cents a third. But at the end of those phases, at the end of this project, we could drop this off of the tax bill.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So
Once
we're
it's
looking
complete,
at
it's
this
complete, there's no more.
We're looking at this fight for 3 years, to help the infrastructure of the main section of town and our neighbors.
Yes.
And this is a win for everyone, and it is a spike.
So, the initial reason that the project even came to light, before we even realized what we had for this infrastructure, drainage infrastructure called, was that if you're familiar with Dawson Street and Silver Street and how everything comes together right there, you have to stop on the hill on Silver Street. So it's a safety issue. And the other problem is the sidewalks up through Dawson Street and even up Silver Street are not even ADA compliant, they're not wide enough, they're all busted up, it's like, again, they hadn't really been done since the late 80s. So it addresses pedestrian safety, is why we were looking at it, and the other thing was parking. There's always a problem with parking down around the Pizza Nook area and the Milton Garage area and that area. So we've been looking, as department heads and even the Board of Selectmen and Planning Board, we've been looking to try to find some municipal parking spots. So when I looked into this design, it's like, we could close off Dawson Street, where you come in from Pizza Nook, take that road section that's right there, we could put 10 off-road parking, municipal parking spots in there. We bring Silver Street straight down to 125, so that you have to stop at 125, which makes it safer stopping on Silver Street. Dawson Street, you have to stop. You'll come up and you'll have to stop when you hit Silver Street, and then either take a left or a right. You won't be able to go straight through. Again, another safety issue that was there is, you come flying up 125 and you zoom right up to Dawson Street, well, there's nothing to slow you down, so you can continue to go right up through there. So originally, we looked at this project for safety, but as we got into it, and we videoed our drainage structure to find out what shape it was in, we found out that it was in really bad shape. And then we had an issue in February of 2019, where we got a heavy rain in February. It was a real heavy rain in February. And a resident called me up and said that they had issues with water in their property. Took the highway department down there, we sandbagged everything to try to stop any damage that came in. But that's when we videoed and found out that there was problems, and saw those problems. So that kind of moved us towards this part of the phase. The original first phase one was going to be to fix that intersection, do the sidewalk from Pizza Nook up to Silver Street, and get some of this drainage in, so that we could take off from that in phase two.
It would also enhance the park-like effect too, with the downtown.
With that, sorry.
It would also enhance the park-type effect with the downtown.
Yeah, it would, yeah. Well, Veterans Park is right there, but it would also give us a little more pedestrian space on the end of that. And the sidewalk will change a little bit right here and come out a little bit. Because you've got elevation issues on the sidewalks. If you go up Dawson Street, you see how high the sidewalk is. It's up there pretty good, with no rails, no safety mechanism to keep anything from falling off. And we can't even maintain that well in the wintertime because it's not wide enough. So.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks.
Now, does this mean that we are going to improve the sidewalks downtown also?
Improve the sidewalks.
All of the sidewalks downtown?
From the Pizza Nook to Steeple Street on Dawson Street, from Dawson Street on Silver Street to One Rod Road or up in that area where Steeple Street from the school comes back up so that all of that's tied in together.
Now, why is it that no, why is it because historically, there's been problems with rainwater, flooding, things like that. And a lot of people think, well, it doesn't affect me, but it does. Because then we get to a point like this, and our taxpayer dollars are having to be used. And I think this is a good example of why we should have something when we start planning to upgrade them.
This is, to be transparent, this has been pointed in the planning stage since 2017.
I know.
Anthony Gagnon. I'll be honest, when I first saw this, I was no way, that's just way too much money. But then I did a little bit of research into it. Yeah, it's a lot of money right now, but my question is, how are we going to do that now, especially like with those two homes that are involved with us, mainly, that are having a lot of serious damage. Now, the town is liable for that damage, correct?
No.
No, it's not.
Not at this time. We don't have, it's private property, and we don't have any drainage easements across those properties. So what I proposed is when we do this project, that we contact these residents, they need to sign a drainage and flow easement, so that the town then can take the responsibility of this drainage section to install it and then to maintain it afterwards.
Okay. And if we don't do anything now, this is just gonna, eventually something has to be done.
Yes.
There's no question.
Yes.
And the longer we wait, the more it's gonna cost.
Yes.
And that's gonna just be exponent, I mean, it's gonna really go up. At this point, like I said, at first I was no on this one, but after doing the research, it's just gonna cost us more and more the longer that we wait.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Eric Hackenberg. I actually own the property on Silver Street.
Yes.
And it's actually been a problem for probably 15 years or so. I think that's when I first called you and said, hey, there's water following up in my front yard. And I will say to those that say, oh, it doesn't affect me, it's starting to, because over the years it was just water in my front yard. But over the years it destroyed my front yard. In the past 3 or 4 years, it's actually started wrecking parts of Silver Street. They had to repave part of Silver Street. So we've had this discussion about spending money on road construction and repairs and stuff. So if we don't fix this, it's not, I mean, don't get me wrong, I fully admit I have a vested interest here, but the town has an interest too. And furthermore, you can definitely have the,
Yes, Larry.
Yeah. Good morning. A bit of history on the power of water. Back before electricity, flowing water was the most massive horsepower in the state of New Hampshire. 3,500 horsepower over in Manchester, 3,000 horsepower in Somerset, and 2,000 horsepower in Milton. The power of water would make the ground shake. If you take a cubic foot of water, 50 pounds, you run it out, 12 feet wide, 1 inch high, you're looking at 60 pounds. Run it back 20 feet, and all of a sudden, you have a ton of water coming down Main Street for every foot goes like that. That's what we're looking at. The question raised, should this be operating expense or basically an long-term loan? And if we believe people 20 years from now, a project, there's what's called NS4, which is for stormwater management of the town called watershed, and this builds into that as well. Never reason for it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Pat. We're gonna try to move this along a little quicker now. The school board is going to be, reserved their session.
I'll make a motion to close further discussion and restrict reconsideration.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a vote to close the discussion on this project. All those opposed? I'll instruct the clerk to place a warrant article 14 on the second session ballot, as read. Moving on, Article 15. Amendment of the tax cap. Use of July Northeast Regional Consumer Price Index, CPI.
Yeah, can you quiet down a little, people? Distracting others.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's gonna tackle anybody that comes up here too, okay, just so you know. All right, anyway, Article 15, amend of the tax cap, July Northeast Regional Consumer Price Index, CPI. Shall we amend the tax cap adopted by the town meeting, Article 24, on March 10, 2020, to replace the adopted January to January Consumer Price Index percentage increase with a July to July Consumer Price Index percentage increase as follows, or B, percentage by which the U.S. Consumer Price Index, all urban consumers of the Northeast published by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the index, as of the month for July of each year increased. If any over the index of that month of July of the immediate preceding year. 3/5 majority vote required. Ballot vote. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 8-0.
I'll make the motion to open the warrant article for discussion.
Second?
Second.
All those, raise your ballot to open up discussion. We have Claudia.
Microphone, I'm going to speak really loud then. This article amends the tax cap to allow for the use of a more practical consumer price index period, which does not conflict with the budget hearing dates required annually prior to the deliberative session. Currently, the tax cap provision provides for the use of the January Northeast Consumer Price Index, which is not published until mid-February, which is too late in the year to be able to analyze whether or not the proposed budget is in compliance with the tax cap.
Yeah, I know. We had another speaker. Is Humphrey around? That's not. Sure, would you?
Hi, Bernie Krubling, Town Administrator. So there was a little bit of confusion with this just because we had from January to January. Some people said, well, do you go back to the January of 2020, which would be the year then, which would have, but then it was a 2.3% increase at that point. We were disappointed to the year. It's a 1.1. The selectmen chose to use the 1.1 in October just because there was confusion about what period that actually covered. The January 2019 to January 2020, or the January 20 to January 21, because of the language. So we picked something right in the middle, the July, so that because we're at the beginning of the budget process at that point, and we know what it's going to be, and then we can do the calculation earlier on in the budget and be certain when we come before you, the town meeting body, with what there is for a budget to present. So that was really the reasoning for it. It was just some confusion. Different people said, okay, it should be 19 to 20. Others said, no, it should be 20 to 21. So we just went July to July, which puts it right in the middle of the year and allows us to use the number more practically during the budget season.
Any questions? Not seeing any.
I'll make a
Looking for
motion to close further discussion and restrict reconsideration.
Second by Danielle. Raise the ballot, close Article 15 for discussion. Any opposed? Instruct the clerk. Yep. I can't tell the tables and talk at the same time. Instruct the clerk to place the warrant Article 15 on the second section ballot as read. Article 16, posting of Casey Road, conservation land, no hunting. See if the town will vote to prohibit hunting on the 79-acre town-owned Casey Road conservation land at the end of Casey Road. Tax map 41, lot 69. Majority vote in favor of a hunting prohibited means that the town is in favor of posting the property boundaries and prohibit hunting in conformances with New Hampshire RSA 635:4. The Board of Selectmen has delegated authority to manage the property and wishes to abide by the choice of the townspeople. Majority vote required.
I'll make a motion to open the warrant article for discussion.
A second?
Second.
Okay. Raise the ballots, open up for discussion. It's open for discussion. I recognize Andy to talk on this.
Okay, the explanation is our recommendation of the Milton Conservation Commission. The Milton Board of Selectmen is asking the town residents to decide if hunting should be allowed or prohibited at the 79-acre town-owned Casey Road conservation land. Although the purpose of the clarity of this warrant article is phrased as hunting prohibition, both MMC and BOS remain impartial on the question. The context, there are approximately a dozen residence properties abutting the property, which has about a mile of trails that are open to the public for low-impact recreation. The school bus turnaround area at the entrance is intended to allow the future classrooms use. To our knowledge, the land has never been posted and hunting has never been prohibited on this parcel except for 1 year. Considerations. On the one hand, during hunting season, schools may curtail educational activities. There are people that may feel unsafe walking on the trail. On the other hand, as a form of outdoor recreation and potential means of obtaining food, hunting is a traditional use to the New Hampshire open spaces. So this was brought to, the Board of Selectmen. We all own that property, and it's really up to all of us to decide, if there's gonna be hunting or not. So, that's why it's on a ballot. So the whole body can decide, not the Board of Selectmen. Thank you.
Any questions? Sir?
Can I make a statement on that?
Could you get up into the mic and state your name? Yes.
My name is, Spencer Minnick. I've been a, resident in the town for about 4 years now. Just want to make a statement on the article. The words conservation and hunting go hand in hand. Hunters spend $1.6 billion on conservation every year. Statistically pumping more money into conservation than any other organization. It's very disappointing that the Conservation Commission has brought forward this warrant article to ban hunting on this land owned by all of us in this town. It would lead me to believe that there is a personal agenda leading into this article. The Conservation Commission should be working to make conservation lands that are owned by the town open to all legal recreational activities, not just those that align best with their beliefs, feelings, or views. If you are thinking about voting to pass this warrant article, please consider the following facts on safety. It is illegal to discharge a firearm within 100 yards of the dwelling. This means ample amount of acreage that can be legally hunted. All hunters must pass a hunter safety course before being able to obtain a hunting license in the state of New Hampshire. This course teaches hunters how to hunt in a safe and responsible manner and covers the laws pertaining to these subjects. The state has done a great job of keeping the woods safe during hunting seasons here in the Granite State. Rarely are there any deaths related to hunting accidents, and even more rare is an injury sustained to somebody who isn't actually hunting. Maybe you're concerned about the liability to the town if someone was to get hurt during a hunting accident. Under RSA, New Hampshire RSA 212-34, a landowner owes no duty of care to keep such premises safe for entry or use by others for hunting, fishing, trapping, or other recreational uses. However, there are some exceptions. A landowner has a duty to warn about any dangerous uses or use that may exist. So, posting this land in the manner in which it was originally proposed will be quite a task. A legally posted parcel of land must have a sign every 100 feet. If you are willing to spend the time and money to do this, let's do it in a manner that makes sense. Please consider this an alternative which is less costly and more friendly to all of us who have and are currently paying for this land. I have a rewritten Article 16. I don't know how that goes. If we can amend Article 16, if anyone wants to hear that.
That would have to be in writing.
I have it.
Hey,
Would you like it?
yes.
He's offering an amendment. He needs a second.
I'll second it.
Can he put his mask back on?
Sir. We have an amendment on the floor.
Standing, seated.
Pardon me?
Should I be seated or should I stand?
Doesn't matter. See, the town will place signs that say hunting season in progress at the trailhead on 79-acre parcel of the town-owned Casey Road Conservation Land at the end of Casey Road, tax map 41, lot 69. A majority vote in favor for the posting. These signs means that the town is in favor of placing them at the trailhead on this parcel. Thus, fully their due diligence in conforming with RSA 212:34. We have an amendment. I need a motion.
The gentleman's amendment, right?
Yeah.
So you have his motion to amend, you have a second, now you're looking for all in favor.
Okay. Sorry about that. All right. A motion for all in favor?
Are you voting on the motion or
On the amendment?
On the amendment.
you want discussion on the
We haven't
amendment?
discussed it yet.
Okay, all right, sorry. We have, sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we gotta discuss.
So,
Read it again.
have to read it again?
When the discussion's done?
Okay.
They can't hear you, Mike. They can't hear you.
Yeah, it's because I was just talking with her. I will, I'll sit down.
Look over at me and say, shut up, Michelle.
Microphone's not on the
I'll read
stand.
this again. To see if the town will vote to place signs that say, hunting season in progress, at the trailheads on the 79-acre parcel of the town owned by Casey Road. This doesn't work. Stop. Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay. I don't think, does that make a difference? No, right? Okay. Yeah. Casey Road Conservation Land at the end of Casey Road. Tax map 41, lot 69. Majority vote in favor of posting these signs means that the town is in favor of placing them at the trailheads on this parcel. Thus fully, did you spell that wrong? Their due diligence in conforming to the RSA 212:34. Now we'll open up for
Discussion.
In show of hands, open this up for a discussion. The floor is open. Sir?
Gary Arnold, been a resident since 1979, it's 42 years for those that can't have it. There is a cost associated with this. Not only do you have to put the signs up every 300 feet, 2-inch lettering, but also too with this RSA, if you have any animals that are eaten by wildlife in that area, you no longer, you forfeit your right to a claim to the state of New Hampshire. It says here in, this is under the wildlife damage control, that you shall forfeit the right to participate in the wildlife damage and control program. So one time we used to have llamas up there, I know some people go set goats and pigs and everything else. Well, before, if this becomes posted, you're no longer going to be able to place a claim. I know Kraus has a town ordinance where if your animal is eaten by a domestic animal, the town will reimburse you for that. This is at the state, I'm sorry, Kraus, now everybody knows. But as far as on the state level, there is a cost associated to it. So you guys have animals around here, they get this thing posted, you're not going to be able to put in a claim.
Karen?
So I just want to give some history and clarification to this. I am also, have worked on this committee since the very beginning. My name is Karen Gillette. What's that? Which committee? The Casey Road Land. So I just want to give some clarification to this and the reason we're asking. And the two things I do want to say is this is by no means a hunting versus no hunting type of warrant article. It's very specific to this hunting property. The other thing I'll say is there's no right or wrong answer. What I will say is we have been discussing this for many years, and there are people who are extremely passionate on both sides of the issue. And we just felt going back and forth for as many years as we have, that, you know, this one particular, in the scheme of things, small piece of property, where there are people who are so passionate, like I said, on both sides, we really decided that we wanted to give the entire town, the people, an opportunity to make a decision. You know, we have, on the one hand, we have people who said for this one small piece of property, they wanted it kind of put aside to be able to go and walk during hunting season, feeling safe or whatever. But on the other hand, we have people who are extremely passionate about, you know, and again, I'm not agreeing with either side, I'm just presenting it to you, that, you know, we have people who said, well, this is New Hampshire, we don't care how big or small the property is, everybody should be allowed to hunt them. So we were getting opinions from both sides, like I said, very passionate, and that's when we decided as a group to talk about it with the Board of Selectmen, and we came up with this warrant article to just say, what do the people want? You know, we don't want it to be just, you know, 5, 6 people trying to make a decision. Let's put it out to the people. A lot of people have lost this property, they know what, let the council decide. So that's, but like I said, there's no right or wrong. We just, that's why there's no warrant article here. So, you know, if anybody has any questions of me, I certainly will try and, you know, answer them, but that's why this article is here.
Thank you very much, Karen. Any other further discussion? We're gonna have to be brief on it. We're running very, very late. So, Larry Brown?
Would council be willing to parse the impact of this amendment on the original?
Can I see the amendment?
Sure.
Okay. So, the original, if the original warrant article were to pass, then the property would be, well, then the selectmen would have the property posted as no hunting, and if the article is amended, and if the amended article passed, then the property would not be posted against hunting. There would be signs posted warning the public that it is hunting season.
Thank you.
You.
Thomas McDougal, not arguing in favor of either, whatever, but it seems to me that this amendment drastically changes the warrant article. And the warrant article is asking us to either allow or disallow hunting on this piece of property. The amendment takes away the disallowment of that and says you can hunt, we're just going to post signs saying it's hunting season. I'm not sure that that's an amendment that we can do, because I didn't think we're supposed to change a warrant article like that.
I can answer that. The standard is that a warrant article can't be amended to the point that it introduces a different subject from what was warned. In this case, the subject that was warned was posting the property as hunting, or posting the property against hunting, or not posting the property against hunting. And certainly there's room to argue. I don't believe that this would go too far, because it's the same subject matter. It can, in the past, there have been lawsuits about things like that where the intent was flipped completely opposite to what the warrant article was, but the subject matter was the same. It's just that the result would be different, and those things have been upheld.
So it doesn't change the purpose?
Correct.
Right.
I don't think so.
I don't know who is next. Doug?
Question of that becomes it will be hunted as opposed to having anybody.
He's basically right. But what it is the warrant, the petitions that we put on the warrant. You have to be careful about changing the language. You are right. But only especially on warrant, they're talking like people are bringing in.
Gary Burns, long lifetime resident. There's plenty of green space to walk around. This one here should be reserved for those that want to hunt. The small season, sure. I don't think it's disrupting anything. We used to manage that piece of property when I was on the planning board with Betty White. We had no problems with it, until we went to the conservation.
Who's going to pay to post signs that we put the tree on the perimeter of the 79 acre property year after year?
The cost of the sign was approximately $35, and it's gonna come out of the conservation committee. Conservation committee.
Okay. I'm sorry.
It seems to me part of, Milton, who are hunters. They assumed that by obtaining this land, that they would always have an open space for hunting. It seems wrong to change the usage of this land after you've already got their vote to come. But if you want to do that on a future purchase and say no hunting on this land, and make that part of the warrant where you're trying to acquire the land, I understand that, but this is after that. I don't think it's right.
Just a real quickie, I don't like to kill animals, but I believe in hunting. I raise dogs that are used for hunting, but I don't hunt them. At the same point, yes, it's conservation plan is a right that we should be able to keep as much as it as
Karen Diamond. It's first time coming to one of these meetings, so if we were to all vote no on this article, then it would just be left off the bill, the next election, and then we would say is the current use of hunting, correct?
We're still talking about the amendment right now.
Okay, so, I mean, if we're saying, put the amendment on, that's changing entirely what the original amendment was after. So, the original warrant was saying, don't hunt there. And if you say, no, hunt there, but just put up a sign, that's changing your opinion, like it's changing the whole thing. So, whether we vote to not change the amendment and then go back to, okay, now we're talking about changing it to saying no hunting. If we vote not to put the article on at all, then it would stay in the hunting status, correct?
Mike, can I say?
Yeah, sure.
There's no option here today to vote not to put an article on the warrant. If it's on the warrant now, it has to go on the warrant, on the ballot. Yeah.
Sir?
John Lloyd. I understand conservation, I understand hunting. Right now, we share it. Couple months a year, the hunters have it, balance of the year, the public has it. What needs to change? Is it not fair to share town land, restrict one group, not restrict the other? That's all I have to say about this.
Sir?
Anthony Gadsden, I don't even vote my own land. I let others use my own land for hunting, recreation, whatever. So I don't agree with voting publicly. This man here, I think that he did an awesome job today on bringing this forward.
Any other discussion? Not seeing any. For a show of ballot, in favor of the amendment?
The amendment to the amendment? The change to the amendment?
There's only one amendment being
There's only
proposed.
one amendment on the floor.
Amendment to the warrant article.
As it's written or the rewritten?
As the young gentleman wrote.
Got it.
Okay, so a show in favor of the amendment? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. All those against? 2.
3.
Where, I'm sorry? Hold up, all the opposed? I'm
Okay.
sorry, I didn't see those. 1, 2,
Four.
3, 4. Another one, am I missing it? 4, right? The amendment passes.
So now you're gonna read it like it's a warrant article, and gonna vote on, am I right? Voting
Yes.
on that again?
Yeah, then we'll see if there's any more
That is now the
discussion
warrant article.
as amended, and then you can vote to stop discussion after that.
Okay. I'll read it one last time. See if the town will vote to place signs that say, hunting season in progress at the trailheads of the 79-acre parcel of town-owned land, Casey Road Conservation Land at the end of Casey Road. Tax map 41, lot 69. A majority vote in favor of posting these signs means that the town is in favor of placing them at the trailheads of this parcel. This fully their due diligence in conforming with RSA 21234. So now we're gonna need a motion.
Discussion.
See if there's any more discussion.
For show of hands for open for discussion.
It's already open for discussion. Just ask if there's any more discussion, and then a motion to close discussion.
Are there any further questions on that?
There.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I know we're short on time here. So if the public votes this down, then there will be no signs posted, and it will be understood that it's open for hunting?
Yep.
Is that what's the consequence? If this warrant is voted down, then the signs will not be posted? Because it seems like that's the only,
There are gonna be signs.
There's no hunting sign.
the no hunting sign, yeah, it will not be posted if this is voted down. But the hunting will be permitted.
Yes, in fact, it says here on this,
Okay, I just want to.
to see if the town will vote to place signs that say hunting season in progress. It won't be no hunting, it'll be hunting season in progress.
Got one more question.
Yeah, clear. Oh, sorry, Karen.
I mean, I just want to clarify, the intent of the original warrant article was to assess whether people did or did not want to permit hunting.
Correct.
The intent of the amendment is not that.
Correct.
The intent of the amendment is whether you want to place the sign on there or not. But regardless, hunting is going to be allowed on that article. So I just want to clarify that because there are a lot, I respect everybody's opinion, so please don't think I don't. There's a lot of people who came to us who wanted to prohibit hunting. So we wanted to leave it up to the townspeople to decide that. So if you change the article to amendment, you do not give anyone who wants to prohibit hunting and post it a voice.
Are they here?
The intent of the amendment changes the intent of the original article.
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you, because
Sure.
there's no way whether you vote for or against that amendment, will hunting be prohibited? So you have changed the meaning of this article.
I appreciate what you're saying, and that is true.
Okay.
And that's within the acceptable parameters of what an amendment can do. It can't bring in a completely different subject. This is the same subject, it's just addressing it a different way, and the result would be different.
But I just wanted,
Oh, someone needs to, I'll make this motion. Yep, to close.
entire town's opinion. See, we're not going to be able to do that now.
From a legal perspective, every voter had the right to be here today.
So that,
From a legal perspective, every voter had the right to be here today.
and I agree with,
Yeah.
I agree with, no, I
So
I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Yep, but I just want to make sure that people here understand that what our original intent was. And So,
That was my thought too.
I just don't care either way, I'm just trying to clarify.
Anyone else?
All right, I'll make a motion to close further discussion and restrict reconsideration.
Wait a minute,
Second.
One motion to close this discussion, please.
Yep, I did.
All opposed? Thank you. I'll instruct the clerk to place the warrant Article 16 on the second ballot as amended.
Thank you. Can I have that amendment?
That would be helpful.
Right? Thank you.
Mess up your whole system. Which is super organized, and I'm loving it.
Article 17. Petition warrant article, paving of Bowling Road. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $140,000 per year over a period of 4 years for the incremental paving of Class 5 portion of Bowling Road, commencing at the New Hampshire Route 125 entrance and continuing for approximately 1/3 of a mile. Each increment consisting of 1,500 feet. The estimated cost of each increment is due to prior to the paving, the necessity to remove the underlayment, soft soil, and establish an adequate roadbed in various layers of approximately sized aggregate. The condition of this road during the spring thaw and during heavy rains is such that it constitutes a safety hazard for residents, their vehicles, and their health. Emergency vehicles would have difficulty accessing homes in extreme conditions, have to detour via Northeast Pond Road to gain access, thus causing lengthy delays in response to emergencies. Majority vote are required. Estimated tax impact would be 28 cents per thousand.
I'll make a motion to open the warrant article for discussion.
A second?
I'll second.
Show of ballots, open up the discussion. All opposed? The floor is open.
Petitioner is not here.
Not?
No.
So, not seeing. What's that?
Anybody else? In the audience?
If nobody wants to speak, nobody wants to speak.
All right, not seeing any discussion.
I'll make a motion to close further discussion and restrict.
Wait a minute. Yep.
I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Mayor. It appears to me that this warrant article will essentially double the taxpayers' road and maintenance budget, at least for the next 4 years. So I just want to make sure that people are aware of the proportionality of this. I don't remember what the figure was, like 100, what it was for the town, but this is a significant amount of money for a very small portion of our town.
Thank you. Anyone else? Not seeing anyone?
Just a quick question, Pat might be able to answer. Does $560,000 sound like enough money to pave that piece of Bowling Road we're talking about? That sounds kind of shy based on figures you gave before.
I didn't know that would cover it or not. I haven't priced the materials this year yet.
Okay.
Lynette?
Just a real quickie, in the past, was that include drainage for that road too?
Does that include drainage? I'm not sure. I didn't write the article, so I don't know exactly.
Petition warrant article.
Okay.
Any more discussion?
Who wrote the article, I'm sorry?
Petitioner.
Yeah. They don't have to sign it.
They do have to sign it.
They do?
Yeah,
Yes.
they have.
But
They have to have enough voter signatures
25
to get
voter
it in.
signatures.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay, I have a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion to close further discussion and restrict reconsideration.
Second. All those for closing discussion? Those opposed? We have one.
Do you have anything else under other business?
Conclude the broadcast bit?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Well, we gotta, and then Mike, we gotta make sure we recess our meeting.
Both sides do, yeah. Okay, I have a motion to adjourn.
Yeah.
Second.
Make the motion to recess the budget committee.
Second.
All in favor? Okay.
Informal motion to thank the moderator for his work.
Yes.
And good grace.
Time.